lonely stoner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone through the day and night. The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. At night.
So wake me up when it's all over. When I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost.
Everybody get up, it's time to slam now. We got a real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance to go dance at the Space Jam. Alright.
Let's have some fun, this beat is sick. I wanna take a ride on your disco stick. Let's have some fun, this beat is sick. I wanna take a ride on your disco stick. Let's play a love game, play a love game. Do you want love or you want fame? Are you in the game? No, the love game.
I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
Let's have some fun, this beat is sick. I wanna take a ride on your disco stick. Don't think too much, just bust that kick. I wanna take a ride on your disco
I
stick.
get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked out, but I get up again.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
I wanna get numb and forget where I'm from. Just looking in your eyes, like looking at the sun. I feel like you're the moon, I feel like I'm the one. I wanna get numb, I wanna get numb.
I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away, ricochet. You take your aim. Far away.
I don't wanna know if you're playing me, keep it on the low. 'Cause my heart can't take it anymore. And if you're creeping, please don't let it show. Oh baby, I don't wanna know.
You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am
Damn right, he been sober. I'm a smoker. When I was drinking, I take off my little water. Who can't be sober? All I want, what we roll, just be honest. Damn right, he been sober.
I need something you prove, something stronger than I'm used to. Yeah, I've been pulling 92 on and feel like nothing's gonna cut it. That's the hard truth. When I told her, I said, yeah, should've got nervous, said come and get me. Yeah, I got so caught up, forgot you told me. Yeah, hurry my girls, the best of all me. Yeah, next thing I do. Yeah, I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove. Next thing I do. Yeah, I need something you prove. Oh, I need something you prove.
Ella le gusta la gasolina, la de la gasolina, le encanta la gasolina.
see no changes. Wake up in the morning and I ask myself, it's like work, nigga, should I blast myself? I'm tired of being poor, nigga, work some black. My stomach hurts, so I'm looking for a birth to snatch. Cops give a damn about a Negro. Pull a trigger, kill a nigga, he's a hero. Get it back to the kids, to the Hellcats. One less up your mouth on the welfare.
Damn if I do give a damn what people say. No deal, nothing I need, baby, shit they want from me. I just wanna say, now I've been done.
What you know about us? I got what you need. Looking for the story, get what you want. You get what you please. We about to get it on. Take off the drawers. It's just you and me. You know what I be doing. I'm about to go wrong. Cause I like what I see.
California knows how to party. California knows how to party. In the city of LA. In the city of Belmont. In the city of Compton. We keep it rockin'. We keep it rockin'.
I feel bonita.
Push me, and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction.
But baby, you hardly even know when I try to show you. Song is meant to keep you doing what you're supposed to. Waking up too early, maybe we could sleep. Make you banana pancakes, pretend like it's the weekend now.
That girl is a real crowd, please. Small world, all her friends know of me. Young bull living like in old keys. Quick release the cash, watch it fall slowly.
Waking up too early, maybe we could sleep. Make you banana pancakes, pretend like it's the weekend now.
Smoke in the air, Dennis drink.
Look. Nowadays, everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and motherfuckers act like they forgot about Dre. Nowadays, everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and motherfuckers act like they forgot about Dre. So what do you say to somebody you hate, or anyone trying to bring trouble your way? Wanna resolve things on the blood of your way? Just study your tape of NWA. One day I was walking by with a Walkman on when I caught a guy, give me an awkward eye. She looked strangled him off in the parking lot with his cork and eye.
You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell. You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell.
I took the walk to Poland. I took the walk to Poland.
Baby, I will forever you make me feel like I'm living a teenage dream. The way you turn me on, I can't sleep. Let's run away and don't ever look back. Don't ever look back.
College educated, she graduated. Any bill she can't front, her parents paid it. The show was far, you the only one with a car out your girlfriends. But being that she's a big fan, of course she made it. Most girls wanna hide the fact of the thrill they chasing, but you just wanna get drunk tonight and fuck someone famous. So I just name a time and a place, and your game for it. Value player, hotel room, meet you there.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. So darling, darling,
baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like
so darling, darling, stand by me, oh stand
May God have mercy on your soul.
Do you still want me? Can I be honest? I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. Do you still want me? So baby, if you want me, you've got to show me love. Words are so easy to say. You've got to show me love. Can I be honest? I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. I need you to hold on. Maybe we should place ourselves far away. Although I should be the one to say we all make mistakes. Take me and hold on. Tell me that you need to stay. 'Cause I know it's feels someone.
I can buy myself flowers, write my name in sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand.
When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh,
I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my head. Yeah, I can love me better than you can.
Y'all already know who I am. My name's Topher.
Cause I'm a monster.
I know you're tired of loving with nobody to love. Nobody. Just grab somebody. Don't live in this party with nobody to love. Nobody.
And I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills, where the landslide brought me down. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes older, children get older, and I'm getting older too.
somebody said to me, nigga, why you babysitting? Only 2 or 3 shots. I'ma show you how to turn it up a notch. First you get a swimming pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. Pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. I wave a few bottles, then I watch them all fly. All the girls wanna play, man, watch. I got a swimming pool full of liquor, and they dive in it. Pool full of liquor, I'ma dive in it.
Up her mom, but it's the season of the sticks, and I saw your mom. She forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault. But I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas. Party rock is in the house tonight.
Everybody just have a good time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time.
And I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose.
And we gon' make you lose your mind. We just wanna see you.
Shake that.
If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Shake that. Can you keep up, baby boy? If you lose my breath, bring me noise. If you lose my breath, hit me hard. If you lose my, can you keep up, baby boy? If you lose my breath, bring me noise. If you lose my breath.
I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got their chains to break, holding you. Were you born to resist or be abused? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you?
Keep up, baby boy. If you lose my.
Can we find love again? Is this time? Yeah. Tell me how many more tears will dry till you hit me with can we talk and try love again?
I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that, to shine like this. In a matter of time I spent on some locked up shit in the back of the paddy wagon, cuffs locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Got shorty, she try and bless me like I said I
When I
do.
met you in the summer, to my heartbeat sound, we fell in love as the leaves turn brown. And we could be together, baby, as long as skies are blue. You act so innocent now, but you lied so soon. When I met you in the summer, when I met you in the summer,
And it became personal with me.
You ready? Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I bought the ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was rented? Flexing on these niggas, I'm like Papa on the spinach. Double M, yeah, that's my team. Rose, the captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type can the main captain, grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new bitch, she'll ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hands strapped on my toes. Cause these niggas want me dead, and I gotta make it back home.
I got way too much time to be this hurt. Somebody help, it's getting worse. What do you do with a broken heart? Once a love fades, everything is dark.
She wants to touch me, woo. She wants to love me, woo. She'll never leave me, woo.
Don't trust her, never trust her. Won't trust her, won't trust me. Shush, girl, shut your lips. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. I said, shush, girl, shut your lips. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. I said.
arms around me, let them drown me. All I know is 10:35, and I'm thinking, God, you found me, that you found me. You got me tripping, stumbling, tripping, stumbling, crazy 'cause I'm falling in love. You got me slipping, tumbling, sinking, stumbling, crazy 'cause I'm falling in love. Can't help it, no, can't help it, can't help it, no, can't help it, can't help it, no, can't help it, can't help it, no, can't help it. Stop tonight, don't worry,
You believe me if I said I'm in love, baby? What you want me? Would you believe me if I said I'm in love, baby? What you?
No, 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 don't funk with my heart. I wonder if I take you home, would you still be in love, baby? In love, baby. I wonder if I take you home, would you still be in love, baby? In love, baby. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love? No, 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 don't funk with my heart. No, 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 don't funk with my heart. How deep is your love? No, 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 don't funk with my heart. How deep is your love? No, 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 don't funk with my heart.
I never fuck Nikki cause she got a man, but when that's over then I'm first in line. And the other day in her Maybach, I thought goddamn this is the perfect time. We had just come from that video, you know LA traffic had the city slow. She was sitting down on that big butt, but I was still staring at the titties though. Yeah, low key and maybe high key, I been peaked that you like me, you know. Who the fuck you really wanna be with besides me? I mean, it doesn't take much for us to do this shit quietly, I mean. You say I'm obsessed with dick women and I agree.
I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you.
Hold your breath, darling, swim to shore. I'll tread the water in that heart of yours. And when it storms, we'll sail right through the waves. I love you more than yesterday. I love you more than yesterday. I love you more than yesterday.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel.
'Cause you got the love, 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 you got the love. Want it all?
Copped the BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag. Like, fuck it, I'ma count while I'm in it. I had planes flying, crowds screaming, money, counting chains, clanking shit, I guess that's how it sound when you win. I ain't joking, do it sound like I'm kidding. I've been making like 2,000 a minute. So high up through the clouds, I was swimming. I'm probably gonna drown when I'm in it. I bet she gon' get loud when I'm in it.
Thinking about I wasted on you. All of this time and all of this money. All of these sorries I don't owe you money. All of these miles on this Chevy and prayers in a pew. All them days I spent wasted on you. Wasted on you.
Caught the BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag. Like, fuck it, I'ma count while I'm in it.
No clouds in my stones. Let it rain, I hydroplane in the bank. Coming down at the Dow Jones. When the clouds come, we gone. We Rockefeller, we fly higher than weather. The cheap vibes are better, you know me. In anticipation for precipitation, stack chips with a rainy day. Jay, Rain Man is back with Little Miss Sunshine. Rihanna, where you at? Oh.
Just like the wild wind does, sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just like the wild wind does, sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
To you, I'm just a man. To me, you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I'm poisoning myself again. Something in the orange tells me you're never coming home.
Just like the wild wind does, sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
But I miss you in the mornings when I see the sun. Something in the orange tells me we're not done.
If we ever broke up, I'll never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had. If we ever broke up. If we ever broke up. If we ever broke up, I'd call your dad and tell him all the shittiest of things you said. If we ever broke up. If we ever broke up.
Yellow diamonds in the light, and we're standing side by side as a shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's me, I'm the problem. It's me at tea time. Everybody agrees. I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. With no love and a hopeless place. It's me, I'm the problem, it's me. With no love and a hopeless place.
He's brought a ludicrously capacious back.
She graduated with a 4.0. Only outdated for mom, no. Got a fast car, but she drive it slow. She don't want me, she don't want me.
I'm not a perfect person. There's many things I wish I didn't do, but I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you.
There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. Always gonna be an uphill battle. Sometimes I'm gonna have to lose. It ain't about how fast I get there. Ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb.
I found out a reason for me to change who I used to be. A reason to start over new. And the reason is you.
Pack it up, pack it in.
let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. I won't tell a sack up, punk, you better back up. I'm trying to play the role and get a whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come on, throw your hands up. If you got the feeling, then jump across the ceiling. Mugs is a funk fest, someone's talking junk. Yo, I bust them in the eye, and then I think the punk's home. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seats and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up, and get down. Jump.
She said, hello mister, pleased to meet you. I wanna hold her, I wanna kiss her. Gonna take her for a ride on Dekmar. Gonna take her for a ride on Dekmar.
And when the daylight comes, I'll have to go. But tonight I'm gonna hold you so close. 'Cause in the daylight we'll be on our own. Hands in the air,
We've been doing all this late night talking about anything you wanna till the morning. Now you're in my life. I can't get you off my mind.
Gripping your pillow tight, exit light, end of night. Take my hand, rock the never land.
We've been doing all this late night talking about anything you wanna till the morning.
Exit light, end of night.
Where's Gabe? I don't f***ing know.
Killers in the jungle. Listen, yeah, that. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Yo, listen, yeah, that. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle.
I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Got me talking about my life. I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Got me talking about my life.
So baby, come light me up, and maybe I'll let you on it. A little bit dangerous, but baby, that's how I want it. A little less conversation and a little more touch my body. 'Cause I'm so into you, into you, into you.
I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high.
'Cause I'm so into you, into you, into you. Counting 1, 2, 3, mommy, with me. Got 180 degrees and I'm caught in between. Counting 1, 2, 3, feet apart and free. Getting down on 3 feet. Everybody, let's go.
Just gonna stand there and watch me burn. Well, that's alright because I like the way it hurts. Just gonna stand there and hear me cry. Well, that's alright because I love the way you lie. I love
I
the way
take you to
you
the
lie.
candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going till you hit the spot. Whoa.
I'll take you to the candy shop. One with you in the water. I'll have you in the morning.
You can have it your way. How do you want it? You gon' gon' back that thing up or should I push up on it? Temperature rising, okay, let's go to the next level. Dance floor jam packed, hot as a tea kettle. I break it down for you now, baby, it's simple. If you be an info, I'll be an info. In the hotel or in the back of the rental, on the beach or in the park, it's whatever you into. Got the magic stick, I'm the love doctor. Now your friends teasing me about how strong I got you. I'm trying to explain, baby, the best way I can. I'm melting in your mouth, girl, not in your hand.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Pushing past the limit, tripping on the hallucinogenics. My cigarette burnt my finger 'cause I forgot I lit it. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. My cigarette burnt my finger 'cause I forgot I lit it. Let it be.
Yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. Don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright.
So what, no fucking ZD now?
And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. Her soul slides away, but don't look back in anger. I heard you say
you gotta move it slowly, taking in my body like it's holy. I've been waiting for you for the whole week. I've been praying for you, you're my Sunday. You gotta move slowly, taking in my body like it's holy. I've been waiting for you for this whole week. I've been praying for you, you're my Sunday.
I can drink whiskey and red wine, champagne and all that. Little scotch on the rocks and I'm fine. But when I taste tequila, baby, I still see ya cutting up the floor in a sorority t-shirt, the same one you wore when we were sky high in Colorado. Your lips pressed against the bottle, smelling on a Bible, baby, I never leave you. I remember how bad I need you. But when I taste tequila,
Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. Her soul slides away, but
he doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy. Good boy's a liar. Good boy's a liar. He doesn't see ya.
I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby. You on the lonely night, I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say,
Good boy's a liar. Good boy's a liar. He doesn't see ya.
I love you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby.
It's your primitive plan yet. Is it worth it? Let me work it. I put thing down, flip it and reverse it. It's your primitive plan yet. It's your primitive plan yet. If you got a big, let me search it to find out how hard I gotta work. Yeah, it's your primitive plan yet. It's your primitive plan yet. Come on.
It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. Rat-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta. It's the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta.
I close my eyes, only for a moment, and the moment's gone. All my dreams pass before my eyes of curiosity.
Let's dance, no time for romance. Let's dance, no time for romance.
You got me intoxicated. You got me intoxicated.
Just in the wind. All the other is just in the wind.
Me? Just hanging around.
Only 'cause I'm tired of dancing. Round the headlights on the highway. I'll be honest, looking at you got me thinking nonsense. Cockles in my stomach when you're walking. When you got your arms around me, oh, it feels so good. I had to jump the octave. I think I got it next, but I forgot him. And I can't find my tune and I still lost it. I don't even know I'm talking nonsense. I'm talking.
I was good, she was hot, stealing everything she got. I was born, she was over the worst of it. Give me gear, thank you dear. Bring your sister over here, let her dance with me just for the hell of it.
And I can't find my tune and I still lost it. I don't even know I'm talking nonsense. I'm talking. They always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Except in the oh, they haunt me. Like the oh, they want me to make them they won't let go. My exes in the oh, they haunt me. Like the oh, they want me to make them they won't let go. Exes and
Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at what you want to do. I got that whole thing back. You know what you want to see. Baby, sing me like say what you want to do. I got that whole thing back. You know what you want to see. But she's looking at you, what you want to do. I got that whole thing back.
I throw my hands up, no, this can't
low-key, got royalty inside my DNA. Cocaine quarter piece, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got power, poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA. I got hustle, though, ambition, flow inside my DNA. I was born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, was Yaosh, you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your fucking head. This that puts a kiss to bed. This that I got.
Are you gonna stay the night? Are you gonna stay the night? Are you gonna stay the night?
I turn the music up, I got my records on. I shut the world outside until the lights come on. Maybe the streets are alive, maybe the trees are gone. I feel my heart stop beating to my favorite song.
Are you gonna stay the night? Does it mean we're bound?
There is a symphony, but it's a waterfall. It's a waterfall.
Please stop calling, you've been dishonest. I've been through enough. Two-faced promise, scars and traumas. You put me through enough. Please stop calling, you've been dishonest. I've been through enough. Two-faced promise, scars and traumas. You put me through enough.
Honey rain from the sky above. People change, got forgotten that. A little time and some tenderness. You'll never buy my love. No other thing that's as precious to no other. There's no other. And a heart that beats and a heart that's true. Something that you.
Who else in the love car say yeah? Jumpin', them boys under something. They just spent like 2 or 3 weeks out the country. Them boys up to something, they just not just bluffing. You don't have to call, I hear my dance like Usher. Ooh. I just found my tempo like on DJ Mustard. Ooh. I hit that Ginobili with my left hand, though, like woo. Lobster and saline for all my babies that are rich. Chicken finger, fresh fry for the hoe that want a dish.
I can see the sunset, and in your eyes, and we ain't even done yet. Don't wanna go home yet. I spent the whole day with you, and we ain't even done yet. Don't you hate goodbyes? Rather say good morning than good night. No, I can't even pretend. No matter how I try, my body wants to know we cannot hide. I don't want this night to end. If only I could stop the sunrise, we could lay here all night. If only I could learn to freeze time and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25, baby. If only I could stop the sunrise, we could lay here all night. If only I could learn to freeze time and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25, baby. If only I
last night I had a dream about you. In these dreams I'm dancing right beside you, and it looked like everyone was having fun. The kind of feeling I waited so long. Don't stop, come a little closer. As we jam, the rhythm gets stronger. There's nothing wrong with just a little fun. We were dancing all night long.
Made a move, could've made a move. If I knew I'd be with you, it's too late to pursue. I bite my tongue, it's a bad habit. Kinda mad that I didn't take a step back.
We'll make this dream come true.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew you. I wish I knew.
I hate you, I love you. I hate that I love you. Don't want to, but I can't put nobody else above you. I hate you, I love you. I hate that I want you. You want her, you need her, and I'll never be her.
And when the daylight comes, I'll have to go. But tonight I'm gonna hold you so close. 'Cause in the daylight we'll be on our own. But tonight I need to hold you so close.
Thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day. Don't let it get away.
This is gonna be the best day of my life. My life.
Living in the haze, staying in the shade. All I do is sit around and wait for better days.
These are the days we've been waiting for. Days like these we couldn't ask for more.
Think about the stories that we could have told.
Wanna go all night longer. She's a time bomb, unpredictable. She's a time bomb. Nobody knows when she gon' blow.
It's gonna be alright. We don't even have to try. It's always a good time.
Okay, alright. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time.
Just stop you crying. It's a sign of the times.
It's about damn time. At tea time, everybody give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. One more time. One more time. One more time. Hit me, baby, one more time. Time after time. I'ma tell you one time. Let's do this one more time. Tell me how to love. I'll make you do to see
Tonight, I'm gonna love you tonight. Give me everything tonight.
no sleep. 'Cause I feel like I'm always all I need is your love tonight.
Wanna go all night longer.
The longer the wait, the harder the fall. So I could not bear a second more. I went to Zimbabwe to rescue Fanny Applebottom from assless Jack's grasp. But a new nemesis has emerged, equal in power and lack of buttocks. I have discovered Boni Joni, the Prime Minister of Indonesia, was the true culprit in Fanny's kidnapping, deflecting the suspicion onto Zimbabwe in order to lure me there. With Boni Joni me and assless Jack waiting for my arrival. A battle of great proportions ensued. But I have triumphed. With Thickums McGillicuddy by my side and Glutium in my wagon, I have brought Fanny home. However, just when I thought the world had found balance, a new war has begun. One that could not be fought on the battlefield, but would be fought in heart and mind. As you may know, Big Booty Land is not the only burden that rests on these shoulders. I am heir to the throne back on Uranus, the planet on which I was born. And now they are in desperate need of my steady hand and resolve. I must go. But I have grown roots here with you all, deep in the soils of Big Booty Land. With 2 heads but only 1 heart, this departure is difficult, but I will be back. And when I return to Big Booty Land, I will be visiting my true home. Until then, all we can do is reach for the sky, and soon enough, we'll be among the stars.
I can see the sunset, and in your eyes, and we ain't even done yet. Don't wanna go home yet. I spent the whole day with you, and we ain't even done yet. Don't you hate goodbyes? Rather say good morning than good night. No, I can't even pretend. No matter how I try, my body wants you, know we cannot hide. I don't want this night to end. If only I could stop the sunrise, we could lay here all night. If only I could learn to freeze time and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25 years. If only I could stop the sunrise, we could lay here all night. If only I could learn to freeze time and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25 years. Show me good love in a real time. I'll show you what a real lover feel like. We could turn a second to a lifetime. Slow it down and make a moment. And baby, yeah, you know you're the one. Cause I could fall in love with you twice. I'll ride all the highs and the lows, follow wherever you go. Don't you hate goodbyes? Rather say good morning than good night. No, I can't even pretend. No matter how I try, my body wants you, know we cannot hide. I don't want this night to end. If only I could stop the sunrise, we could lay here all night. If only I could learn to freeze time and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25 years. If only I could stop the sunrise, we could lay here all night. If only I could learn to freeze time and hold you forever. If only I had one more day, I love you 25 years. If only I
Better have it naked by the end of this song. Don't be so quick to walk away. Dance with me, I wanna rock your body. Please stay. Dance with me, you don't have to admit you wanna play. Dance with me, just let me rock you till the break of day.
These bitches love so oh, and I know it. Fucking with them old boss, you gon' get fucked over. Rarries and Rovers, these hoes are cheap so hit on with that cobra, now that was slumped over. Bitches love so
I don't mean no harm. Talk to me,
bitches love so
in my arms. Talk to me,
bitches love
suffocated through a sunroof.
I say, don't you know? You say you don't know. I say, take me out. I say you don't show. Don't move, time is slow. I say, take me out.
Take me away, a secret place, a sweet escape. Take me away to better days. Take me away, a hiding place.
Mama is alright, dad is alright. They just seem a little
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is everybody doing? We are back. We are live. We are getting all set and ready to rock and roll for this absolutely awesome Friday coming on up. Traders, get excited to see what we're at. Let's get excited to see what's going to be coming on up here. Everybody stand up. Get out of your seats right now because it is a Friday morning and we are getting ready to go. So traders, what is happening? Well, today looks like it is going to be a day that's going to get a lot of hype, a lot of action, and a lot of love. When we go over and we take a look over on the S&P 500 today, the S&P 500 is getting very, very weak. I can already imagine what's going to happen today. I can already picture it. I can already see it in my mind. I can already see it, guys. And what I see at this moment is the S&P 500 getting a sell-off at the start of the day, forming a nice big lower shadow, and then bouncing its way back on up. I think if I had to predict what's going to happen today, I think the market is going to drop more, and then it's going to bounce its way back on up. If the market goes on a big spike, let's say this morning, then I think it's going to fall in reverse at the end of the day. Basically, whatever it does in the first 2 hours, I think it does opposite in the last 5 hours. That's what I think is going to be happening over on the S&P 500 today. But there is a whole lot that we got to go over on this S&P 500. So let's kind of just dive right in on this because there's a lot to talk about. So let's see, why is this market turning and falling and getting weaker? There's a lot happening. It says bearish. Investors got a fresh bearish signal on Thursday as all major indexes closed below their 50-day moving average. For the Dow Jones Industrial Average, it was the first time doing so since June 1st. The 30-stock index fell 0.84% during the session, while the S&P 500 dropped 0.77% and the Nasdaq Composite declined 1.17%. All three indexes are headed for a losing week. What would be the third straight down week for the Nasdaq and S&P 500? The Dow is on pace for its worst week since March. Common threads. After a monster week of earning reports, it is clear not all retailers are made equal. Big box giants Target and Walmart both reported official second quarter results this week, as CNBC's Melissa Repko points out, revealed some big differences. Target fell short of Wall Street's revenue expectations for the period, while Walmart outperformed. Target's online sales fell, while Walmart's rose. Target continued to suffer from softness in discretionary spending, while Walmart started modest improvement, and perhaps more telling, Target sees more pain ahead, cutting its forecast in the full year, while Market was explicitly optimistic about the back half of the year. So we are seeing one super center thrive, while the other one starts fading on down. Number 3, late night sell-off. Bitcoin abruptly sank late on Thursday, shedding as much as 9%. As of Friday morning, it's trading just about 26,000. Many investors are still searching for what caused the sell-off, but it's a possible that's related to a Wall Street Journal story that said Elon Musk's rocket company, SpaceX, wrote down its Bitcoin holdings over the last 2 years and sold off the virtual currency. This is one of the most brutal minute-by-minute sell-offs we've seen in history of Bitcoin, Ryan Rasumo said in a research told to CNBC, adding that it's short-sighted and largely retail-driven. So, Elon Musk basically sold off all of his Bitcoin. So we're just basically seeing Bitcoin at this moment, slowly get sold off right here, and that's leading towards more selling on off. So when we kind of take a step back, what are we seeing? We are seeing the market fall for the last 3 weeks straight. We are seeing Bitcoin getting sold off at this moment. We are seeing that earnings reports are not living up to expectations. We're also seeing that China, the real estate market in China, is starting to implode on itself. It says China's property giant Evergrande, Evergrande, I like that better, files for bankruptcy protection in Manhattan court. China's heavily in-debt property developer, Evergrande, on Thursday filed for Chapter 15 bankruptcy. A filing in Manhattan for bankruptcy court, the world's most indebted property, defaulted in 2021 and announced an offshore debt restructuring program in March. So, what we have at this moment, team, is we are seeing China's real estate market start getting very sketchy, start getting very little droppy right at this moment. So you have to be careful on what we're seeing at this moment here over on these plays. We have to be careful, guys. So look what's happening. We basically have stock futures are falling. We're seeing China's property starting to get weaker. We are seeing that Bitcoin is falling. We have upcoming interest rate hikes right around the corner. Is everything kind of just catching up at this point and saying, hey, this market's starting to drop, this market's starting to get weaker? S&P 500 back on down towards its lows at this moment. How far can the S&P 500 drop on down to? How far can the S&P 500 get weaker towards? How far can the S&P 500 drop this morning? I would say the best area I see would be back on down towards this old dip buy. That old dip buy looks like it's going to be the best area for some sort of reversal. So this area, if we take a look, let's just turn this into a different color. I'm going to turn off our indicators for a second. Properties, turn off indicators. Let's all look at this together, and I'm sure it's going to make sense for you guys here. Right here, what do we have? We have a perfect area for an old dip buy, don't we? I like that a lot. Then we also have a perfect area of an old bounce play. I like that a lot. And that's probably going to lead towards the next area for us to be able to get filled, which is going to be right here. So this area is going to be right at 431. I would say any entry in the 431 region would be a good entry because it might bounce at 431.30. It might bounce at 431.70. It might bounce at 431.50. But I think if you can get an entry all the way down towards around 431-ish, I think you do have a great entry where you have a lot of opportunity to be able to make some cash. You have a lot of opportunity to be able to make some money. You have a lot of opportunity to see this whole entire market reverse. So basically, what am I watching for today? Either number one, you do put contracts all the way down towards 431, or when you get down to 431, guess what you do? You look for a dip buy and a bounce play all the way back on up. That's what I'm focusing on. That's my idea. That's where I'm going to be at on this day. Traders, let's get fired up on this Friday. Let's get absolutely pumped. Let's get absolutely dynamic here, baby. Everyone stretch out. Let's get ready to have some fun, and let's see what's going to be coming on up here next. It is going to be an absolutely huge day ahead with a ton of momentum, a ton of opportunity, and a ton of trades to profit off of. Let's do it. Let's get ready to rock and roll. I need every single person right now. I'm live again on YouTube. Smash that thumbs up right now. Share this link with a friend or a family member, a pet, a pen pal, whoever it may be. And let's get ready for a huge Friday ahead. Let's close off this week with the best game we've had, and let's go into it with a game plan. Trading smart, staying ready, and trading profitable. Team, I'll see everyone back here, ready to rock and roll. Let's get to it. Let's get after it. You guys know the drill. In 3, 2, 1. Ah-hoo! Let's do it, baby. So fired up. It's going to be a huge day ahead.
She just moved to LA, go to UCLA, and she drive a Maserati. Then she got a body, she be tryna party. She be tryna party. She just moved to LA, go to UCLA, and she drive a Maserati. Then she got a body, she be tryna party. She be tryna party.
Sometimes you gotta lose somebody just to find you really love someone. Oh, and I do, yeah. Sometimes you
so hard, this shit weird. We ain't even supposed to be here. Ball so hard since we here. It's only right that we be fair. Psycho, I'm libo, go Michael. Take a pick, Jackson, Tyson, Jordan, Game 6.
You can call me baby, all of the above. You can call me late night, and I'll be at your door. You can call me anything or anything you want. Just don't call me up. Just don't call me up.
Riding my bike like I'm too young to try. Careless and free like it's 2005. Had to chill the fuck out, take a trip outside to have fun with my friends like I'm young and alive.
The taste of your lips, I wanna ride. You're toxic, I'm sipping on the taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do, don't you know that you're toxic? I'm addicted to you, don't you know that you're toxic?
Had to chill the fuck out, take a trip outside to have fun with my friends like I'm young and alive. Like I'm young and alive.
Don't you know that you're toxic?
I won't be the very best, no one ever was. Hatchman is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel across the planet, searching far and wide. Keep up your mind to understand the power that's inside. I know it's my destiny. Oh, you're my best friend, you're the world we must defend. I'm so true, I'm learning from all of you. Teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon. You
high heel shoes, I'm clumsy. Made friends with the floor. 2 for 1, you know a bitch by 4. And 2 left feet, you know I always drop. First thing a girl did was a bop. And the whole damn cake and the cherry on top. Shook up the bottom, made a good girl pop. You ain't even here to party. Ken in the club tryna pipe a Barbie. I don't wanna go with the flow back then till I touch my toes. I don't wanna roll the boat. Wrist full of rocks and I hope I flow. Big up yourself cause you know they don't. I chew cause they hope I show. Bitch.
I don't wanna die young. Walk through fire for you, just let me adore you. I don't wanna die young. Walk through fire for you, just let me adore you. Like it's the only thing I'll ever do. Like it's the only thing I'll ever do. Oh, honey. Walk through fire for you, just let me adore you.
Put it in reverse, Terry.
Of love, that's what it means to you. You don't have to run, I know what you do. I feel it coming, I feel it coming, I feel it coming.
It's the only thing I'll ever do.
I love it. I got this feeling on the summer day when you were gone. I crashed my car into the bridge. I watched, I let it burn. I threw your shit into a bag and pushed it down the stairs. I crashed my car into the bridge. I don't care. I love it. I don't care. I love it. I love it.
Whoa, what's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options, I can pass that bitch like Stockton. Whoa, just joshin'. I'm spending this holiday locked-in. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10. I can put the ball in the end zone, put a bad bitch in the friend zone. This shit sound like an intro jet song, give me that tempo. So cool, he a fool with the shit. Told her don't let her friends know. In the building, I move like a dime. Eating fettuccine a Vincenzo.
You are unforgettable. I need to get you alone. Why not? A fucking good time, never hurt nobody. I got a little drink, but it's not Bacardi. If you love me good, then I'm so sorry. I gotta give you cool like we in the
Listen, mania, think less but it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended, not let it go. From a mess to the masses. Listen, mania, think less but it grow. Like a ride, oh. Not easily offended, not let it go. From a mess to the masses.
I am very, very sneaky. So.
Okay, I'm bored in the house and I'm in the house bored. Bored in the house and I'm in the house bored. Bored in the motherfucker in the house bored. And I'm bored in the motherfucker in the house bored. Bored in the house, bored in the house bored. Bored in the house, bored in the house bored. I'm bored in the motherfucker in the house bored. And I'm bored in the motherfucker in the house bored. Bored in the motherfucker in the house bored. And I'm bored in the motherfucker in the house bored.
All the things that I used to say, all the words that got in the way, all the things that I used to know have gone out the window. All the things that she used to bring, all the songs that she used to sing, all the favorite TV shows have gone out the window. Missing you, you'll be that much higher, so high. You'll be that much higher, so high. Get much higher. All the things that I used to say, all the words that got in the way, all the things that I used to know have gone out the window.
got a good thing. Don't know if I'ma see you again. But is that a good thing? Cause girl, I can't be your man. No man, I know what's on your brain. You probably hope it never will end. Like is it the real thing? Or is it just a one night stand? Well then.
Glamorous, 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 glamorous. Flousy, flousy.
Said Coke 45 and 2 zigzags. Baby, that's all we need. We can go to the park after dark, smoke that tumbleweed. As the marijuana burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the ball like Cheech and Chong and sell tapes from here to Hong Kong.
I don't want a Valentine, I do a Valentino. I just want that neck, I poke her face like a casino. Dito, oh, I get it in like a free throw. Shorty wants some bossy jackets in to keep the leak. I don't want a Valentine, I do a Valentino. I just want that neck, I poke her face like a casino. Dito, no, I get it in like a free throw.
I know someday it'll all turn around because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play. One day, one day, one day, one day.
I'm out and all the time. I'm out and all the time.
I ain't been getting high, but maybe a little, baby, I don't wanna lie. I know when you text me, girl, I don't always reply. Girl, you're not an angel either, you can't even fly. I know this, you think that you know shit. All this shade is coming at me, I'm with the dozen. They can't see the vision, boy, they must be out of focus. That's a real hot album, homie, I wonder who wrote it. Oh shit.
It's like I waited my whole life for this one night. It's gonna be me, you, and the dance floor. 'Cause we only got one night. Double your pleasure, double your fun, and dance forever, 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 forever,
You say yes, I say no. You say stop, but I say go, go, go. Oh no. You say goodbye, I say hello.
I like the view. You're my best view.
Now I'm shaking, drinking all this coffee. These last few weeks have been exhausting. I'm lost in my imagination, and there's one thing that I need from you. Can you come through? And there's one thing that I need from you. Can you come through? All myself, we don't need anyone else. Let our bodies do the talking, let our shadows paint the wall. I want you here in my arms, feel hide away in the dark. Stick your hand in my back pocket, oh, and let your long hair fall. I want you, to myself, myself. Can you come through? And there's one thing I need from you. Can you come?
that you're falling apart. I should've known. Thought I saw a sign in the stars, but I was wrong. Fucking with you ain't last that long. Now you gone, now you gone, now you gone, girl.
I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, it's much better to face these kinds of things with a sense of poison rationality. I chime in, haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No, it's much better to face these kinds of things with a sense of poison rationality.
I need your love, I need your touch, I need you right now, I need you right now.
Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. Pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, this a clock. My God told me you promise you gon' squeeze me. You better let me go the day you need me. So put me on that nigga, get the bus. And if I ain't enough, go get the chop.
I've been fucking hoes and popping pillies, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas and they always be smoking like a rock star. Fucking with me, call up on no Uzi and show up in them the shot toss. When my homies pull up on your blood, they make that thing go grata-ta-ta.
Cause we all just wanna be big rock stars and living hilltop bosses, dropping 50 cars. The girls come easy and the drugs come cheap. Hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star.
The city's gonna break my heart. The city's gonna love me and leave me alone. The city's got me chasing such. It's been a couple months since I felt like I'm home. Am I getting closer to knowing where I belong? The city's gonna break my heart. She's always gonna break her heart. Oh.
So, before you go, was there something I could have said to make your heart beat better? If only I'd have known you were the storm, so where you go?
So keep your love locked down, your love locked down, keeping your love locked down, your love locked down. Now keep your love locked down, your love locked down. Now keep your love locked down. You lose.
So, before you go, was there something I could have said to make it all stop hurting? It kills me how your mind can make you feel so worthless.
I'm ready, rain on me. At least I'm alone. Rain on me, rain, rain, rain on me, rain, rain. At least I'm alone. Rain on me, rain, rain, rain on me.
For all the things my eyes have seen, the best by far is you. If I could fly, then I would know what life looks like from up above and down below. I'll keep you safe, I'll keep you dry. Don't be afraid, Cecilia, I'm the satellite, and you're the sky.
What you say? That you only meant well, well, 'cause you did. What you say?
What you say? What you say?
That it's all for the best, 'cause it is. What you say? What you say?
What you say?
What did she say?
And you're the sky.
bet you don't know what you got till it's gone. They pay paradise, put up a parking lot. Why not? They pay paradise, they put up a parking lot. Hey, 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 pay paradise, put up a parking lot.
Why you always in the mood? Look around like it's brand new. I ain't gonna tell you what to do, but try to play cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood? Look around like it's brand new. I ain't gonna tell you what to do, but try to play cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood?
Who was on crack?
Cause I'll be with you all night. Cause I'll be with you all
So, what's up? I'm wide awake but never sleep. You know, I close my eyes and wonder, but it's cool. 'Cause I've been looking at you.
It's midnight and I'm wasted, so wasted, I'm wasted. I can't believe I'm falling you up again. I know I might be crazy, so crazy, I'm crazy. I can't believe I'm calling you just to say I'm not okay.
Hold me close and I won't leave. Cause it hurts when you hurt somebody. So much to say, but I don't speak. And I hate that I let you stop me.
I'm not okay. I just got you to say I'm not okay. I just got you to say I'm not okay.
Thinking out loud, I could be broke and keep $1,000,000 smile. LOL to the bank, checking my account. Bank tell a flirt after checking my account. Pretty ladies like, yeah, drop a butter on your pussy. Cut a buddies on the low, you ain't gotta tell your friend that I eat it in the morning.
I'm not
I'm here for a good time, not a long time, you know. I haven't had a good time in a long time, you know. I'm way up, I feel blessed. Way up, I feel blessed.
There is no one like me. There is no one like me. Like me. Take a second look and you'll see. There is no one like me. There is no one like me. Like me. No one like me.
Way up, I feel blessed. Way up, I feel blessed. Way up, I feel blessed.
If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike.
I feel blessed.
Hate me, still trying to replace me. Chase me, tell me how you hate me. Race me, wish you never dated me. Lies, tell me lies, baby, tell me how you hate me.
Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be gone. like an no keys. Quick release the cash, watch it fall slowly.
Waking up too early, maybe we could sleep. Make you banana pancakes, pretend like it's the weekend now.
Smoke in the air, binge drink.
Look. Nowadays, everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and motherfuckers act like you forgot about Dre. Nowadays, everybody wanna talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and motherfuckers act like they forgot about Dre. So what do you say to somebody you hate, or anyone trying to bring trouble your way? One of his all things in the blood of your way. Just study your tape of NWA. One day I was walking by with a Walkman on when I caught a guy, give me an awkward eye. She looked strangled him off in the parking lot with his cork and eye.
Stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell. You stay on my mind, think about you all the time. Got to get to know you well. If you kiss, then I will tell.
I took the walk to Poland. I took the walk to Poland.
Baby, I will forever. You make me feel like I'm living a teenage dream. The way you turn me on, I can't sleep. Let's run away and don't ever look back. Don't ever look back.
College educated, she graduated. Any bill she can't front, her parents paid it. The show was far, you the only one with a car, your girlfriends. But being that she's a big fan, of course she made it. Most girls wanna hide the fact of the thrill they chasing, but you just wanna get drunk tonight and fuck someone famous. So I just name a time and a place, and your game for it. Value player, hotel room, meet you there.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. So darling, darling,
baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like
so darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
No more Mr. Night Sky. No more Mr. Clean. No more Mr. Night Sky. They say he's sick, he's a sick.
Do you still want me? Can I be honest? I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. Do you still want me?
So baby, if you want me, you've got to show me love. Words are so easy to say. You've got to show me love.
Can I be honest? I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. I need you to hold on. Maybe there's a place so far away. You know I should be the one to say we all make mistakes. Take me anywhere. Tell me that you need to stay. 'Cause I know I was meant to be.
said to me, nigga, why you babysitting on me? 2 or 3 shots, I'ma show you how to turn it up a notch. First you get a swimming pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. Pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. I wave a few bottles, then I watch them all fly. All the girls wanna play, man, watch. I got a swimming pool full of liquor and they dive in it. Pool full of liquor, I'ma dive in it.
I love her mom, but it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas.
Party rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Yeah. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time.
And I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose.
And we gon' make you lose your mind. Yeah. We just wanna see it. Shake that.
If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just hold up your head?
Shake that.
Can you keep up, baby boy? I can lose my breath. Bring me noise, I can lose my breath. Hit me hard, I can lose my. Can you keep up, baby boy? I can lose my breath. Bring me noise, I can lose my breath.
I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got their chains to break, holding you. Were you born to resist or be abused? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you?
Keep up, baby boy. I can lose my.
Can we find love again? Is this time? Yeah. Tell me how many more tears will dry till you hit me with can we talk? 'Cause I love again.
I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that, to shine like this. In a matter of time I spent on some locked up shit in the back of the paddy wagon, cuffs locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Got shorty, she try and bless me like I said I
When I
do.
met you in the summer, to my heartbeat sound, we fell in love as the leaves turn brown. And we could be together, baby, as long as skies are blue. You act so innocent now, but you lied so soon. When I met you in the summer, when I met you in the summer,
and it became personal with me.
You ready? Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished. When I bought the ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was raining. Flexing on these niggas, I'm like Papa on the spinach. Double M, yeah, that's my team. Rose, the captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type can of main captain, grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new bitch, she'll ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hands strapped on my toe. Cause these niggas want me dead, and I gotta make it back home.
I got way too much time to be this hurt. Somebody help, it's getting worse. What do you do with a broken heart? Once a love fades, everything is gone.
She wants to touch me, whoa. She wants to love me, whoa. She'll never leave me, whoa.
Don't trust her.
Shut your lips, do the Helen Keller, and talk with your hips. I said, shush, girl, shut your lips, do the Helen Keller, and talk with your hips. I said.
Take you home, would you still be in love, baby? In love, baby. I wonder if I take you home, would you still be in love, baby? In love, baby. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love?
Nikki, cause she got a man, but when that's over, then I'm first in line. And the other day in her Maybach, I thought, goddamn, this is the perfect time. We had just come from that video, you know, LA traffic had the city slow. She was sitting down on that big butt, but I was still staring at the titties, though. Yeah, low key and maybe high key, I been peaked that you like me, you know. Who the fuck you really wanna be with besides me? I mean, it doesn't take much for us to do this shit quietly, I mean. You say I'm obsessed with thick women, and I agree.
I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you.
Hold your breath, darling, swim to shore. I'll tread the water in that heart of yours. And when it storms, we'll sail right through the waves. I love you more than yesterday. I love you more than yesterday. Yesterday.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, Cause you're in a new town, there's no need to be. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever
If I
you
tell
feel.
everyone how I made this money, that it's going to affect me in any sort of way. AMD, if we get a quick little pop above $12, I'm thinking about maybe a quick little short over on AMD. Finger on the trigger to lock in profits when it starts moving back on up. Here we go. Nice job. Let's take it. $979 in profit. Look at this spike, baby. Taking some gains right off the top right here. 124,000. You just got to know what you're doing. 200. Every single person can be successful. Dollars in profit. There's no reason for you not to become a full-time
Now
trader.
we're currently up
$2,100.
Let's just keep it going even more. I want every single person. Now we're up $2,500. Now we're going up to $117.40.
It's not like it's a competition. It's if I tell you how I was able to do this, go out, make that money, make a killing, and let's all absolutely crush it together.
Let's go, baby. Let's see this thing keep unfolding even farther here. We're up $1,100 within the first 5 minutes of the day. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic.
All of these sorries, I don't owe you money. All of these miles on this Chevy and prayers in a pew. All them days I spent wasted on you. Wasted on you.
Caught the BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag. Like fuck it, I'ma count while I'm in it.
No clouds in my stones. Let it rain, I hydroplane in the bank. Coming down at the Dow Jones. When the clouds come, we gone. We Rockefeller, we fly higher than weather. The cheap vibes are better, you know me. In anticipation for precipitation, stack chips with a rainy day. Jay, Rain Man is back with Little Miss Sunshine. Rihanna, where you at? Oh.
Just like the wild wind does, sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just like the wild wind does, sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
To you, I'm just a man. To me, you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I'm poisoning myself again. Something in the orange tells me you're never coming home.
Just like the wild wind does, sings a song, sounds like she's singing.
Nothing quite like starting off your morning. If you guys want to really wake up every morning, put a big ring light in front of your face. Try to stare right into it until your corneas start burning. Great way to start the day. People say, oh, I need a little cup of coffee. Give me a ring light and let me try not to blink for a minute straight. And let's get these things desensitized. Traders, let me ask you right now, are you desensitized? Are you ready to go? Are you ready to bring the heat today? We have a day absolutely planned on out. It is going to be huge, guys. For anyone who does not know here, I'm expecting such a big day today. I've already called up the local TGIF Fridays, and I've already started them bringing in the caters. We're already catering TGIF Fridays over here on the Tradecaster firm. So that's how big of a day it's going to be. So, guys, stop right on in. We got potato skins, mozzarella sticks. We got, again, the 2 for $20 combos. We got the buffalo wings coming, the little nachos, a little bit of side tortilla chips. And guys, it's going to be huge. We're talking about not only $1,000, not only $5,000 today. I'm fired up. I hope you guys are as well. So I don't know what you guys need to do to get this day going, but we're seeing the S&P 500 fall at this moment. We're seeing weakness at this moment. We're seeing a nice little drop, and I think we are going to be coming out on this Friday feeling absolutely superb. Fantastic, if I may add. So today, let's dive right on in. Let's get after it. Let's see what we have. Big day ahead. Wake up, traders! It's time to get after it. Let's have some fun.
She graduated with a 4.0. Only updated for months, no.
So, team, let's see where we are truly at today. All right. We do have some things that we really just have to break down from start to finish and make sure that you guys are all set here. But I have a prediction. I was dreaming about this last night. Does anyone else have dreams about the stock market? Does anyone else, again, have dreams about clicking their brokerage and just seeing that money pile on up? Does anyone else see that? Well, hey, let's talk about what we have because there's a lot that's going on here. What we have at this moment is market briefing. It states right here, bearish. Investors got a fresh bearish signal on Thursday as all major indexes closed below their 50-day moving average. For the Dow Jones Industrial Average, it was the first time doing so since June 1st. The 30 stock index fell 0.84% during the session, while the S&P 500 dropped to 0.77%, and the Nasdaq Composite declined 1.17%. All three indexes are headed for a losing week. What would be the third straight down week for the Nasdaq and the S&P? The Dow is on pace for its worst week since March. Think about that, guys, for a second. The worst week since March is right now. Common threads. After a monster week of earnings reports, it's clear that not all retailers are made equal. Big box giants such as Target and Walmart both reported official second quarter results this week, and the CNBC Marissa Repko points out revealed some big differences. Target fell short of Wall Street's revenue expectations for the period, while Walmart outperformed. Target's online sales fell, while Walmart's rose. Target continued to suffer from softness in discretionary spending, while Walmart saw modest improvement. So we could see that Target really didn't live up to the hype that was there. And we also saw last night a late night sell-off. Bitcoin abruptly sank last night, I would say, shedding as much as 9%. As of Friday morning, it's trading just above $26,000. Many investors are still searching for what caused the sell-off, but the reason for it is because Elon Musk's rocket company, SpaceX, wrote down its Bitcoin holdings over the last 2 years and sold off all of its Bitcoin. This is one of the most brutal minute-by-minute sell-offs we have seen in the history of Bitcoin. So, we got a lot going on this morning. We have the worst week since March. We have Target not doing well on its earnings. We have Bitcoin selling on off at this time. Now, what else do we have? What else could we be seeing here? Well, we also see that the 10-year U.S. Treasury yield on Thursday rose to its highest level since October of 2022. The move came after the July meeting minutes from the Federal Reserve suggested interest rates are on the way. So, team, this is pretty wild when you want to think about it. Let's also just head on over to CNBC.com here. Let's head on over to CNBC.com and let's talk about what we're seeing. It says Dow falls 150 points as Wall Street braces for another down session. We are also seeing that China property Evergrande files for bankruptcy protection in U.S. court. Probably one of the biggest, Chinese developers. They are now going bankrupt. So we're seeing the Chinese market start falling as well. So there is a whole lot of bearishness, a whole lot of negativity going into this market. So I want everyone to read this, and I'm going to take my time reading this. This is what I wrote out as my prediction today, and I want to make sure that you guys are all set here, okay? This is extremely important right now. So what we have, game plan today. The market is falling. I don't care if you were a bull. It is a fact that we have now seen 3 red weeks in a row, and the market is finally getting the pullback that I was predicting in July. You guys all know July, I was saying, hey, monster pullback on the way. Big drop, big drop, big drop. It's happening a few weeks after I predicted it. Came in August, right? Close, no cigar. Can't say I predicted it correctly, but I've definitely been on the right track. So what is happening right now? Well, we can see China's real estate market is starting to crash. We're seeing the biggest Chinese developer have to file for bankruptcy. We are seeing Bitcoin is crashing after SpaceX, Elon Musk company, sold off their Bitcoin. The Fed stated that more rate hikes are on the way. Michael Burry, who was the man who shorted the housing market in 2008, just put in another short on the United States economy for over $1.4 billion. And the stock market was way too overextended to begin with. So now what? Well, let's take a look at the chart. And the chart, we can see where the next bounce is going to be at. The next bounce over on the S&P 500 looks like it's going to be at 431 support. I would watch for a $2 drop this morning and then look for calls at support. I think we do see today back into the green, but not until we fall to support and form a huge lower shadow. So what I want to see at this time, when I take a look over on the SPY. Let's take a look over on this daily chart, guys. This daily chart, we can clearly see here where our old bounces were at. We had a great bounce right here. Even if you wanted to count these guys, they're a little bit lower, but we could count these guys. But we could see there was a great old top resistance line. We came on up. We hit the price of 431. We came crashing all the way back on down. You guys can see right here. We came on a nice spike. We got through 431 and we came back down. We bounced off this area. We start moving back on up. If I had to make a prediction, if someone said, Dek, tell me exactly where it's going to bounce at, I would say somewhere in the 431 region. Now, I cannot give you the exact penny. No one can. I cannot say it's going to bounce exactly at 431.10, or it's going to bounce exactly at 431.90, or it's going to bounce somewhere in the middle at 431.75. I have no idea, right? 431.40 maybe. But I'm still thinking the S&P 500, we do get a nice drop, we do get a nice sell-off, and we do see it fall down to 431. Now, the big thing that, I think is interesting that I'm predicting is that I do think we will finish today back above like 434. I think we will start off the day with a big, long lower shadow. I think we will start off the day with a very big drop. And then once we come down near 431 something, that's where we're going to form that lower shadow, and we're actually going to move ourselves all the way back on up. So really what I'm expecting is maybe at the start of the day, we get a small little pop around like 435. I can imagine maybe a small little pop right around that 435 mark. But honestly, I'm expecting somewhere between 434 all the way back on down towards around 431. After we come somewhere in the 431 region, that's where I'd be looking for a bounce play, a dip buy, to see if it can move its way all the way back on up. But honestly, on this Friday, if I can nail this morning drop, I'm probably going to be happy and good to go. That's how I trade my Fridays. Fridays, guys, for anyone that's brand new, that's just watching, that's saying, hey, how does Dek trade on Fridays? I try to make my one good profit, and then I say, hey, I'm going to go out and enjoy the weekend. I don't sit here all day on Fridays. I don't, wait. I don't wait for 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Fridays. I like to make my money on Fridays. Say, hey, I just made $2,000. Let me go out and enjoy my weekend. That's usually how I trade my Fridays. So let's make sure we do that. And I'm sure every single person would absolutely love doing the same exact thing as well, saying, hey, Dek, I like the game plan. I like where we're at. Let's try to make a few $1,000s today, and let's go on out and enjoy our Friday. So that's going into the whole idea of what we want to be focused on this day. Now, there are other plays out there. We can see that we do have the S&P 500 still getting weaker. S&P 500 still fading, still falling. 431 target is definitely going to be holding on up. Is there any sort of large time frame here that we could see maybe a clear-cut downtrend or some area that you can kind of make us feel a little bit more comfortable? Well, if I take a look over on this 30-minute time frame, and a 30-minute time frame, we have just been fading and falling and dropping. Dek, how high could we spike up to? This is not going to happen, but I would say if it ever did start spiking its way back on up, I mean, where's like the next super strong old support line that would hold up as resistance? Probably all the way up to like 445. So it's like 445, I could see a bounce play here, right? So if I turn this into a little bit of a different line, see bounce play here, 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 and then a nice sell-off. So we're not going to get up to 445. That just wouldn't really make sense. We're not going to go on a $12 spike today. So that's not really going to happen. Now, what would be a little bit more realistic is let's connect this downtrend. I can connect this top to this top to this top to this top to this top. And I can imagine if we spiked on up towards around the price of $438.50, that would be a lot more realistic. That would be a $4 spike. And this would probably be the area that we'd probably turn at if, let's say, at the start of the day, we start going on some sort of rip and run. So the S&P 500, if we do start spiking, we do start ripping and running, we start getting a nice climb, that 438.50 mark would most likely be the target, because that would be playing the downtrend that's been holding for the last 1, 2, 3, 4 days. So the last 4 days, since Monday to today, that would be the old area that traders are going to try to focus on. So I do like that. Now, how low can we go on down towards? Let's go down to that 60-minute time frame. Nope, we actually have to go all the way to a daily chart. We go over to the daily chart, and yeah, traders, it really does come on down to the pure fact that when you guys take a look over on this daily chart, it looks like 431.50. 431.50, nice again area for a dip buy. 431.50, nice area for a dip buy. 431.50, nice old resistance area, which would hold up as new support. So really, I'm looking for that $2, $3 drop at the bell, and then watching for this to be able to bounce back on up and try to get all the way back up towards around that 438 mark, maybe in time or so. But the S&P 500 has had big red day, big red day, big red day. Here's the gap on down, looking for that little drop and then pulling this thing back on up. This is actually a prediction that I also made last night, right? So last night, I put this and I kind of just quoted it and said, so far, so good. So last night, 16 hours ago, I said prediction for tomorrow, large gap down, large morning drop, followed by a full recovery and green by the close. So that's where that's kind of still the idea of what I am looking at this moment. Now, Dek, are you going to trade the S&P 500? As you guys know, I really don't trade the S&P 500. I more or less trade like Meta. So Meta, obviously following a very similar pattern where we are getting these large sell-offs, looking for that big, long, lower shadow, and then start going back into the green. You really do have two options today if you want to trade. What are your two options if you guys want to start getting involved in plays? Well, number one, hey, Dek, I'm going to look for a put contract, maybe after a quick morning spike, maybe a quick little up and then all the way back on down. I think put contracts would be absolutely great. Or your other option is let the stock market fall or let it kind of develop and then look for an entry. You could sit back for the first 30 minutes, 40 minutes, an hour, hour and a half and say, all right, I just want to wait for maybe a clear-cut trend line, a clear-cut opportunity, a clear-cut area. You could do that as well if you guys really wanted to. So, you know, I'm probably going to be trading Meta. I am leaning towards a short, though, still, right at the start of the day. Maybe a quick little pop on up towards like 382 to 383 and then seeing it drop right back on down. I would like to see a quick little pop, then like a big drop right back on down. Remember, how far can Meta fall on down towards? I think a realistic area over on Meta that would make sense is I'm trying to see right here. We're at 280. Let's go back over towards this daily chart. Daily chart. We are currently sitting at 280 at this moment. I mean, I see a lot of support. We're at 270, 277. Look at this, guys. I would say 277. Nice area of support. Where am I getting these numbers from? Well, I do see that we have a lot of old highs right here, right? A lot of old highs right here. You guys can also see we do have a lot of support right here. So that would be my target, about a $3 drop if we could basically start off Meta with that quick little sell-off, with that quick little fade. But I mean, I just think we're so close to finding these, absolute bottoms that I do think we're going to hit them. So I think Meta is going to get that drop, fall on down towards around 277. S&P 500 is going to get that weakness, fall on down towards around 431. So Meta, 277 put target before we look for a reversal back on the call side. So we're still waiting for a little bit of that drop. And if we could just start off these days with some nice profit right off the rip. I mean, talk about a way to start off a Friday here. So what are you guys thinking? I mean, the thing is, at the start of the day, if we trade, there's more risk. When you trade right at the bell, there's definitely a lot more risk. But at the same time, when you trade right at the start of the day, you're saying to yourself, all right, hey, if I make a nice trade, I can make a lot of profit right off the rip right here, be able to enjoy your day. I mean, there's definitely a lot of pros about trading at the start of the day, but there's also a lot of cons trading right at the start of the day, which definitely makes things a little bit tougher and a little bit more difficult. But I would like to see a little bit of a pop back on up, just see this thing fall right on down towards 277. So Dek, if you are going to trade this right on down towards around that 277 mark, what would be like an entry? What would you be focusing on? Like, what would your call contracts or put contracts look like? So basically, if I wanted to get filled on this play, I would go on over and I would have an entry that would look like this. I would not do today's expiration. I would do next Friday's expiration. We are currently sitting at 280. So if I'm sitting at 280, 280, I'd probably go on down and probably put a strike price at 277.50. So I'd probably do put contracts, August 25th, 277.50, and I'd probably start with 25 contracts at a time here, looking to see if this thing is going to be able to drop and fade. You know what I also want to do at this moment is also throw on the VWAP indicator. VWAP indicator, always important, just gives us a good idea because we might, get a little pop right on up towards that 280.50 mark. right? So we could get a little pop right on up towards 280.50 if this thing starts right off the rip. I'm trying to debate on, what I think is going to happen here at the start of the day. But you know what? Let's take a chat and vote on it. We have all these amazing traders over on TradeCaster. Let's get a chat vote on what we have. So right now at this moment, we have 2,955 people over on TradeCaster. Let's go ahead and say, do you think the market, right? Let's just say the SPY will crash or spike at the bell? What do you guys think is going to happen? Are we going to spike right back on up, right? Spike up right at the bell? Or do you guys think that we are going to crash on down at the bell? So, SPY, start of the day, 2.5 minutes from now. Are we going to spike up at the start of the day? Or are we going to crash right on down? So I want everyone, make sure you guys go ahead, cast your vote. So everyone, go vote right now. If you guys are on YouTube, go ahead and you guys can yell out either spike up or crash on down. If you guys are on TradeCaster, click the little vote icon in the top right-hand corner of the chat, and you guys can be able to cast your vote. You guys can also go right above the live stream, and you guys can cast your vote as well. So everyone, make sure you guys are all set. Cast your vote at this moment, and let's see what traders are focusing on, what traders are looking at, see where this momentum is going to be taking us. I mean, we just have so much opportunity here, and I want to make sure that every single trader's coming out on top. We got a big day ahead, absolutely huge, a lot of opportunity here. Oh man, things are gonna be getting exciting. Things are gonna be getting exciting, that's for sure. Big day right around the corner. Big day right around the corner. All right, team, cast your vote if you guys haven't in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Stop the poll. Doink. 72% of the traders here over on TradeCaster believe that this market is going to be falling. Very interesting. Very interesting. So, does that mean you guys, and are we already seeing, hold on here, are we already seeing Meta get a drop? If Meta's already dropping, that's making things a little bit more difficult. Let's head on. Let's put our new scanners on up here. Let's get our scanners on up. Because if we already came on down to our target, that's making things a little bit. What's the low of the day? 278.35. Meta. Oh, Meta's already getting a drop. How's the S&P 500 doing? S&P 500 also getting a little bit of a drop. Man, guys, at start of the day happens in about a minute, and I'm not really sure. I love the game plan. I love how we're still falling. I mean, the S&P 500 has room to fall down to 431. Meta at this time. Can we get a little pop up towards like 279 and then see a nice little short right back on down? I am not in on anything at this moment, but I am looking to see, can we get a little bit of a pop on up and then a reverse right on down? Maybe get a little bit of a pop to the 279s and then a reverse right back on down. Traders, it is game time. I need everyone fired up here. I need everyone ready to rock and roll. It's time to get after it. Shout out to everyone here joining us today. Good luck, everyone, and let's have some fun. Close stop losses. Let's get ready to profit. So we are getting involved here. If Meta starts, bouncing back on up a little bit, we could go right on up towards what area? That 280-ish mark. We are having Meta with a nice little drop right off the rip here, guys. Meta coming all the way on down towards 276. I mean, that is a very big bottom right here. 276. It is still falling, still trying to fade. So we are starting off with that nice drop right off the rip here. I feel more comfortable maybe doing put contracts, back on up towards around like a high, like a little above 279. But we are still falling. Everything's still getting weaker. S&P 500. S&P 500 still has a little bit more room to fall. S&P 500 still has a little bit more room to fade. I would say watch for Meta to try to move itself on up. There is obviously a ton of momentum here. There's a ton of action. I mean, guys, we're seeing a $2, $3 spike and drop like right off the rip here. That's pretty wild to be thinking about. The S&P 500 is going to try to spike on up towards around the price of 433.90. 433.90, we are going to be hitting the VWAP. Just make sure you guys are ready for that. Meta is going to most likely going to be trying to spike on up. If I had to take a guess, probably somewhere right above that 280-ish mark, 280.45. Right now, if you guys are in on a play, shout out to you. Quick little panic sell right at the open. Man, this thing is quick. This thing is quick and fast. We are having tons of traders jumping all over these plays right now. We do have a little lower shadow so far. Right off the rip. Could that be that little bottom before we start turning on up and start spiking? I mean, we came on down. We did not come all the way down towards 231 just yet, but we did come pretty close towards, it's not at the bottom area. Please don't get me wrong. We're not at the bottom area here, but I mean, would it be acceptable to start moving on up from here? Absolutely, it would be acceptable to start moving ourselves on up. Do I think we're going to definitely have some trouble, though, here and there? Absolutely. You know, I think S&P 500 is going to spike on up towards like 430, 450. I think Meta is going to try to get up towards around 280 plus. You know, a little, and then we can look for a little bit of some reversals and, you know, see what we can do from there. Little bit of a crazy start, though, right off the rip. Little bit of a crazy start, isn't it? We knew again this Friday was going to be a little bit nuts. Meta did come all the way down towards its bottom. I would like to see another touch, like a double bottom. So I'm watching to see, can we get a little bit of a spike on up, get a little bit of a move on up, and then say to ourselves, hey, let's turn back on down for a little bit of that double bottom. That would be like best case scenario. Get filled on a put contract, and then we could go and look at a little bit of a double bottom. Let's see if this thing can get a little upper shadow. Got a little pullback here. Little pullback still going on. Oof, guys, I mean, Meta's jumping around very quickly. S&P 500 also just getting pretty jumpy. S&P 500, though, still trying to stay alive here. S&P 500 above the VWAP, still doing very well at this moment. S&P 500 still, again, doing very well, trying to push. How's some other plays doing? We got Tesla right now. Tesla, quick little spike on up. Tesla's been getting destroyed pretty good here recently. S&P 500, little bit of a spike right off the rip here. Man, big day here. Big day today. Again, shout out to everyone that's been able to make a quick dollar right off, maybe grabbing some Meta puts right off the rip, or if you guys were able to nail the bottom. As you guys can see, I am not in on anything just yet. I really want to be able to time this market the best I can to be able to crush it, to be able to profit, to be able to make that money, to be able to get that opportunity. We do have a new high of the day over on Meta at this time. We do have the S&P 500 trying to hold itself on up. I would like to see Meta go on about a $1.10 spike and go all the way up towards around like 280.10, 280.20. And then be able to jump on in and see if I can be able to get filled on some good entries. But it's still a little bit, I feel like it's still a little bit of a guessing game. Because, you know, if the S&P 500 does start falling, remember, we have room to go all the way down to 431. I don't think we're going to hit 431. I think if it bounces, it's going to bounce at like 431.90. You know, maybe even a 432.10. But I like the S&P 500, we're still at, you know, the lowest we had is 433. So it's like we still have, you know, a lot of room to be able to fall. We still have $3 to be able to fall if we want to. Right now, S&P 500 still above the VWAP. Meta's starting to get a little bit weaker, though. Meta's low is that 276.27. So that's about a $2 drop here still. We are seeing the S&P 500. Watch for a bounce off that VWAP area. Meta's just ripping through dollars, guys. Meta is literally just ripping through dollars at this moment. It's still getting weaker. It's still falling. Still fading on down. If you guys are sitting on the put side right now, those are paying out big. At the same time, though, we know how much money you could potentially lose on this type of play. So we are seeing the S&P 500 back underneath the VWAP. That's not a good sign. That's showing signs of puts. So it would have to, for the S&P 500 to show strength, get back above and hold the VWAP. If you can get back above and hold the black line, hold the VWAP, that's a good sign. So right now, Meta is basically trying to, Meta right here, we are watching to see how close and how much it's going to follow, you know, the S&P 500. And it is following it pretty closely right now. S&P 500 back above the VWAP, good sign. Meta at this time. Meta's most likely going to pop at least back up towards that 278.60 mark, especially if the SPY can hold above that VWAP area. It's fighting to stay above that VWAP, fighting to be able to hold on up at the best it can on its gains. S&P 500 back above the VWAP. Meta coming up towards its VWAP of 278.60, and Meta may try to start squeezing a little bit. Could that be the bottom dip buy? Could that 276 mark be the bottom dip buy? Could that be it? And now we're just going to go all the way up towards 280 plus? Potentially, yes. Right now, the S&P 500 still looking to be able to make its mark, still looking to be able to squeeze. Meta, guys, Meta going on a little bit of a rally here. So Meta still going on a little bit of a rally. Deck, where would Meta have a little bit of reversal? 280.70-ish. So if you are looking for a put contract, probably up towards around that 280.70 mark. That's where you'd want to do a put contract. Switch over to 25 contracts, market, get ready to rock and roll, and we'd actually probably go to a, yeah, I'd leave it at 277.50. Little bit of a pullback right here, team. That was a quick little spike on up. Looked like it was about to spike. Did not get up towards that 280.50-ish mark. Still holding the VWAP, but giving it some back. I was going to look for, if we came on up towards this orange line right here, 280.70, I was going to look for a nice pullback and a nice drop. But it looks like right now we are back underneath the VWAP here. Not holding well. No entry. And what I love is that we're seeing like $2 moves like it's 20 cents. What I love right now is you guys can be able to make tons of cash, tons of profit. Big pullback so far over on Meta. Quick little spike, big pullback, big drop. This might be going all the way down towards the low of the day here, team. We might get our little double bottom over on Meta, low of the day. Especially if all of a sudden the S&P 500 starts, going back underneath the VWAP. Do have the S&P 500 still holding up its gains at this time. Meta, though. Meta, guys, going all the way back on down towards lows. But the thing is, the S&P 500 still holding on up. So with Meta going all the way down towards lows, I would love to see a low of the day and actually look for a call contract because the S&P 500 is holding its gains pretty well. So are we going to see all of a sudden, Meta drop on down towards, let's say, a 275.50? I could imagine all of a sudden Meta goes on down towards 275.50. I would switch over to calls at that point, go to 25 contracts, market order, and actually look for that possible dip buy somewhere down towards the 275 region. Just because, that could be very, very solid for us. So I want to see, Meta back above the VWAP. That's a great sign to do calls. New low of the day, great sign to do calls. I'm not going to do calls where I feel like I'm a little bit in the middle. Right? Call contracts would be break of the VWAP. Call contracts would be brand new low of the day. But not when we're just floating underneath the VWAP and not at the low of the day yet. We want to try to avoid the middle areas. Right? We want to avoid the middle areas the best we can. So right now, traders, we do have the S&P 500 trying to get a little bit of a pop. I do think the S&P 500 is going to try to pop itself on up towards 435, and I bet you we see strong rejection at 435. 435 is going to be a very strong resistance area. If I had to take a guess, I'm thinking we're going to hit 434.90 and come right back on down. So watch for us to be able to pop on up towards 434.90 and start dropping. Deck, where are you coming up with these numbers for? I saw it earlier on ESPN 8 The Ocho. I TiVoed it and I woke up a little early, watched it earlier, and that's what we got. So I'm thinking 434.90. We touch this area, 434, something right around that mark, right, and then we start dropping right back on down. So I know it's a little bit of a bold call, but that is actually something I actually do like a lot because I just want to see if 435 is going to be holding up as a strong resistance line. And I do think, Meta is going to be able to follow that. So what I would like to see is maybe Meta spike on up towards like 278.20 once the SPY runs on up towards 435 and then get rejected at the VWAP, fall back on down. So what I'm actually thinking at this moment is try to get filled underneath the VWAP at around 278.20. If we ever break the VWAP, then I'm getting out fully. So it's basically get in at this orange line, get out if we break above that area, right? Above this VWAP area. So let's see if we get a little pop on up towards like 278.20 when the S&P 500 runs on up to 435, and then we'll be all set, ready to go. I would have Meta put contracts 277.50. Oh, boom, boom, boom. I like it a lot. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I like the game plan. Quick stop loss if we ever broke above the VWAP, though. Let's see if all of a sudden the SPY is going to be able to spike on up towards that 434.90 mark. So I'm looking for a put. Just went over my contract on what I'm thinking. I'm thinking put contract 277.50 when the Meta runs right underneath its VWAP area. That'll be around 278.25. When will this happen? If the SPY can run on up near the price of 435 and get rejected at 435. So that's kind of what I'm looking for at this moment. Okay, that's my game plan at this time. Little shout out to you guys. I just want to say this for a second. Shout out to every single person at this moment that's joining us for this absolutely beautiful Friday live stream. I want you guys to know, and I want you guys to realize something that we don't tell the public very often. If you guys are watching our stream, we filter out all ugly people. We go through our interns. They're always looking at Facebooks and different identities, your license, your social security, and we make sure that there's no ugly people watching this. So I just want to say, shout out if you're hearing me right now. Shout out if you're watching me at this moment, because you have passed the test. You are extremely good looking, extremely hot, if I just want to add. And I just want to say kudos to you for not only taking a step on up in your financial life, but just being an overall good-looking person. It's way better to be that way. So the thing is, if you guys want to, you guys can talk about ugly people if you want to. There's no issues whatsoever. You know why? Because they're not welcomed here. You guys made the cut. Shout out to you. So shout out to you guys for making the cut. Not easy. Not easy. We used to have 20,000 viewers, but then we chopped it on down. We want it to be a little bit more exclusive. Right now we got the S&P 500 still trying to get a little bit of that pop on up. We want to see that rejection at 435. Now, if the SPY starts breaking 435 and Meta starts going above its VWAP, we do not want to be holding. So it would be quick stop loss. If you don't like this trade, don't even get involved into it. But we want to see the S&P 500 get rejected at 435. Meta would have some rejection right near its VWAP, and then we'd go from there. So I want to see SPY up near 435. I want to see Meta get rejected at the VWAP and then start crashing all the way back on down. I'm still watching this. Still waiting on this. Come on, baby. S&P 500. S&P 500's getting there. So just be ready, guys, if you are interested. So here comes the S&P 500. We want to see Meta hit that black line, but not go above that black line. That makes sense? That black line is at the price of 278.40. We had the SPY go all the way up towards, again, 434.75. No! Look how close we were. Look how close we were. I think it's going to start dumping now, too. I could imagine this start getting very weak and start dumping on down here very soon. We have a small little uptrend. You guys see kind of what I was going for? You guys see what I was looking for right there? You guys see what I was trying to attack here? I still may attack this if we crack this VWAP, though. Let's see here. Let's watch. Let's see what happens. I would still like to see a little bit of a pop on up. I want to see a little pop on up and then go from there. Remember, quick stop losses if this does not work out. Got Meta. Meta looking for a little bit of that pop. Still looking for that pop on up over on Meta. Give us that nice big upper shadow. It's like 278.50. Then a reversal right back on down. We can even wait for an upper shadow to form, then jump back, then jump in on it after it starts falling. Like, that's definitely very solid as well. S&P 500. Let's see. Keeping our eyes peeled. S&P 500. Still watching this play. Game time, baby. Game time. Meta starting to get weaker. Guys, Meta, notice how it's starting to, it came on up towards that VWAP area, starting to get a little bit of a crack. Starting to get a little bit of a crack. I do have a feeling that Meta is about to drop on down towards the low of the day, go all the way back on down towards 276.20. It's starting to crack its trend line. You guys can see it's starting to crack its trend line. More red is starting to move on in. We're almost near the low of the day at this point. The S&P 500 at this time still holding its gains. That needs to fall underneath the VWAP. So that needs to fall underneath the VWAP if that wants to still get weaker. But it's been a pretty red morning so far. There hasn't really been anything too consistent. Tesla starting to drop back on down as well. So Tesla starting to drop back on down here. Apple starting to drop back on down. Everything's getting a little bit more ready. Everything's getting a little bit more red at this time, it looks like. Still on kind of like big downtrends. Big ship Billie Eilish. Big Billie Eilish. We got 277.64 as the next resistance line. See a little downtrend starting to form. Looks like Meta is starting to get weaker here, guys. Looks like Meta is honestly going to drop. If you guys are on the put side right now, I think you're absolutely fine. The only thing that's kind of the only reason we haven't fallen apart yet, I think, is because the S&P 500. S&P 500 is still trying to rally here. Guys, here comes the S&P 500. Let's see if it gets rejected right off that 435 mark. Let's see if it gets rejected off 435, and then we start seeing the sell-off. That's what we want to see. What's the high of the day? 434.85. So right now, we're still keeping our eyes peeled. Eric, shout out to Kush, buddy. Kush is the man. We love that guy. Right now, I'm still waiting for my trade. Right now, SPY still trying to move itself on up here just a little bit. We got a high of the day of 435.80 or 434.85 at this moment. Right now, still watching this. Top resistance. Meta still trying to get a little bit of that pop. Remember, if Meta ever started breaking the downtrend and started breaking the VWAP, we would actually switch the calls. So we know that Meta has been fading. We know that Meta has been getting ugly. I mean, look at Meta. Meta's given so much back. In the past month, Meta has given back about 3 months of gains. And right now, the S&P 500 team still testing that 435 mark. I know I personally haven't pulled the trigger just yet, because when I pull the trigger, I definitely want to come out on top here. I'm really enjoying them. Like, I'm really enjoying being able to watch this market, be able to trade this market, or, you know, talk about alerts on this market. I've really enjoyed it so far. So far, we've only been here for 20 minutes, though, so it's only been 20 minutes. Nothing too crazy. That red line is right at 435. Meta's just got a nice little pop all the way back on up. Meta, guys, be careful. Are we starting to break our downtrend here? Let's see here. Here comes the SPY. Is the SPY right now going to be able to hold above 435? Meta may try to keep on pushing here a little bit. Is everything going to start turning back on up? Tesla trying to turn back on up a little bit at this moment. How's Apple doing? Apple trying to turn back on up a little bit at this moment. Meta may try to move itself back on up at this moment. So remember, if you are looking for the next possible put contract, you're saying, Dek, I just don't think this market's going to be able to hold on up. I think we are still going to go back on down. Meta's old high is right next to 280. Apple's old high. Apple's old high is right next towards 173.35. So we'll probably see if everything does pop on up. It's probably going to be right around the same time as the old highs. Tesla has an old high of 217.58. So nothing's at its exact old highs just yet, but it's definitely working its way on up. The S&P 500, though, just came all the way on up towards around 435. It's still having a little bit of trouble. Small little upper shadow at this moment. Meta coming on up towards its VWAP resistance line. We know VWAP. Still keeping our eyes peeled on here. Cousin Greg, generally, what do you think about trading Apple options for those looking for less volatility? Yeah, less volatility means less money, though. Less risk, less profit. So it all comes down to you. What do you want to trade? I like trading Meta because there is a little bit more risk, but I can make more money on it. So I don't want to trade Apple where I just feel like, hey, I'm only making like $100 a day. Like, I would rather trade something a little bit quicker, not something super fast, but something a little bit more quicker where I'm saying to myself, hey, you know what? I can make $2,000, $3,000 a day, not just $300 a day. So I like trading a little bit more quicker plays. Got Meta, strong rejection. Meta, strong rejection off the VWAP. SPY right now, team. SPY has a little bit of that pop, 435.24. Starting to get a reversal back on down. So Meta definitely getting a little bit weaker. Guys, Meta now starting to drop all the way back on down. 276. Meta looks like it's going to be going all the way down towards a low here soon. Looks like it's going to be dropping on down towards some lows here soon, especially if the S&P 500 stays underneath 435. How's Apple? Apple back underneath the VWAP. I mean, I just want to see like more consistency, like a clear-cut downtrend or a clear-cut uptrend. I just want clear-cut. That's what I want. I want clear-cut uptrend, clear-cut downtrend, clear-cut. Like right now it is, we are seeing a little bit more, you know, I'm just trying to connect some dots here that kind of makes sense for us. We're definitely seeing more downtrend than uptrend. So puts are obviously in control. But sometimes it's just about nailing that one flush. So team, we are getting very, very weak. Getting very, very weak. Meta starting to drop. Guys, Meta coming on down towards a low of the day. This is probably going to keep on going a little bit lower. So, you know, there is going to be a great dip buy opportunity off of this Meta drop. I think Meta is going to go lower. I think Meta is going to fade. I think Meta is going to fall. And you know what's really cool about this is that Meta, we do have that purple line, that downtrend. When it breaks that purple line, when it breaks that downtrend, that's where I do think calls are going to start taking over. So can puts, you know, still be profitable? Absolutely. I think Meta's going to keep on dropping a little bit. But I also do think that if you want to get involved in a put, you want to get involved in as close to the purple line as you can and just have it ride this trend line to the downside. Meta is having a little bit of a possible double bottom at this moment. When Meta does break this purple line, I bet you it consolidates for about 10 to 15 minutes and then it starts moving its way on up. So far, large gap down. So far, large drop. But we have yet to kind of get that nice big climb all the way back on up. And I do think Meta, the SPY, all this is going to climb itself back on up by the end of the day. I really do think that's going to happen. So I'm still thinking weakness here. I'm still thinking Meta weakness. But if you guys really want to, you can just wait until it's going to be probably like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, that when we do break this Meta downtrend, that's when we're going to start moving ourselves back on up on the call side. So, you know, notice how we have red candle, red candle, red candle, red candle. We have been having a lot of red candles. We are getting a lot of red at this moment. When we do break this, you know, purple line on the downtrend, that's when I think we start moving ourselves on up. Now, Dek, are we going to get a nice dip buy? I do think we're going to be able to get a dip buy opportunity, but I don't really know exactly where the dip buy is going to be at. So Meta looks like it's very weak still. The S&P 500 is almost back on down towards the VWAP. Guys, the S&P 500 still holding the VWAP at this moment. Meta's probably going to get its first dip once VWAP starts bouncing. So that's going to be right around this area. You guys can see the S&P 500 coming on down here. Can we get some sort of dip buy, bounce play over on this play? Meta all the way back on down to 275. I might actually look for a call and just test the waters here. I might actually look for a call contract. Call contract, go on up towards 277. 25 contracts, market order. Why am I looking for a potential call? Because I do think the S&P 500 is going to bounce off this VWAP, and that is going to be when the Meta is probably right next to its low. So Meta is right near a low right now. You can see the S&P 500 trying to bounce potentially off this VWAP area. So Meta is still dropping. I'd probably say 275.40-ish. I'm going to give it a chance. And if I start losing money, I'm just going to get out right away. If I start losing cash, I'm just going to get out. But if I can be able to nail what I think could be right near the bottom, I think that could be very, very solid for us. The S&P 500 trying to hold itself on up. So S&P 500 getting weak here. Needs to be able to hold on up, find its bottom. Might form some sort of some sort of channel pattern for a little bit before starting to move itself back on up. Meta, what I like about it is we are getting Meta so far down. We're getting Meta all the way near bottom lows, which I really, really, really do enjoy. Like, look how low we're getting Meta. If you said, hey, Dek, I have a contract that's a month away, I think, you know, within a month, Meta will be back up near 290. So we're still seeing Meta get weaker, guys, and the S&P 500 is still getting weaker. S&P 500 still getting weaker. Meta still getting weaker at this moment. Dek, you gonna pull the trigger here on Meta? I'm right on the trigger right here over on Meta. Low of the day 275.28 so far. Meta getting a little bit of that lower shadow. 275.28. Nice big dip buy so far. If you guys got filled on that, that's been beautiful. S&P 500 still just trying to fight and stay alive here. Meta battling. Meta does have this nice long lower shadow. Could indicate that we're right next to the bottom. Could indicate that we're right near a bottom over on Meta. If you guys are filled anywhere in that 275 region, oh man, about $1 spike all the way back on up so far over on Meta. And you can see the S&P 500 still trying to hold up its gains. Meta, you're going to want to try to get filled on this if you can, somewhere in the 275s. Low of the day was at 275.28 mark so far, which was very, very solid. Very, very nice to be able to see. S&P 500, low of the day, 433.01 as the low of the day so far. Meta does have that nice little lower shadow at this time, which I do really like. Guys, I'm actually going to pull the trigger here and just get filled on some dip buying opportunities. I just want to see if I can get filled on a little dip buy. So I am going to get filled here, and I don't want it to hit any sort of new low of the day. If it ever hit a new low of the day, I definitely get out. But I just kind of want to start a little small here, see if this thing is going to be able to pop itself back on up. Right now, though, it kind of had a quick little pullback right as I got in. I'm not doing a massive order. I'm not doing any sort of massive orders at this time. Oh, man, it's getting a little bit of a drop. I'm selling and just starting fresh. Guys, I'm getting out of this and starting fresh. It just, right now, I don't want to get held up in a dump. I thought maybe we get a chance of a possible dip buy. I'm not going to hold this while it keeps on crashing on down. So I'm going to take a small loss here, and I'm okay with that small loss, but I'm not just going to keep on holding and hoping and holding and hoping and holding and hoping. I'm going to keep my stop losses very quick, very tight. Gave it a chance there, not what I wanted. So you know what? Let it fall. If it's not what I want, let it fall. Let it keep on dropping even lower. Right now, the S&P 500 still falling. Meta try to get a little bit of a dip buy. Still getting weak. Meta still getting weak. If anything, you can honestly look for the other side of this. S&P 500 trying to maybe form some sort of channel. Low of the day, 275.19. We got a little bit of a channel pattern at this time. Could this be bottom support right here? Let's just see. I'm trying to find where that possible dip buy. We do have a little bit of a channel at this moment. I am 0 for 1 on the day with a small loss. Nothing too wild. If Meta does drop on down a little bit more, I'm still interested on getting filled on this play. I do like how the S&P 500 is starting to crack even more. And Dek, how low can the S&P 500 fall on down to? Remember, we talked about this. The S&P 500 could fall all the way on down towards the price around 431 today. That is the absolute bottom area. But, you know, right now it is still trying to hold up the channel. I'm just trying to play every little smart area that I can. Meta, new low of the day. Meta, new low of the day. Guys, the SPY right here, trying to find some sort of dip buys right next to that 434 mark. So the SPY is trying to find some dip buying opportunities right next to 434. Meta right now still getting weaker. I think Meta is going to fall at least to the 274s. Probably somewhere in the 274s, I'd feel more comfortable looking for a dip buy, like a 274.80. Let's see if we can fall on down towards 274.80, get some sort of dip buy, and then see if we can bounce back on up. What we have, 274.91 so far? 274.91, low of the day. Can we see a little bit lower than that? Give us like a 274.75, bounce right back on up. It says 274.88, low of the day. I didn't see that. Here we go, 274.80s. Guys, what's this blue line down here? 274.36. I just kind of want to take a look real quick. I want to see what we have here. I want to make sure when I win, I'm getting the perfect area. I mean, we are down low. We are down low right here, team. We have our old, old tops right here. We have our old bottoms. The S&P 500 all the way back on down towards this 274.80-ish mark. I mean, we are definitely down low here. The S&P 500 at this time is due for its bounce play, probably back on up. If this starts, crashing though, if this starts getting weaker, if the S&P 500 starts going really low, I mean, Meta's going to keep on falling down towards the low 274s. So it's like right now, I'm just trying to stay patient. I've had one small loss for my account size, one small loss, but at the same time, team, I want to nail this when it happens. Remember, what was my prediction today? My prediction came on out to the pure fact that I thought the market was going to have a large gap down overnight, a large drop at the start of the day, and then we were going to move all the way back on up. That's what I thought was going to happen. And I still think that's going to happen. I think we're going to have a large drop, large crash, large gap down, as we are seeing. And then I do think, things are going to work themselves all the way back on up. Meta is just still falling. I'm not pulling the trigger yet, guys. I'm still in on, or not still in, excuse me. I am still just watching this one. I'm still watching this one. We are still getting that nice overextended drop. Let it keep on falling. Let it keep on dropping here, team. Let it keep on dropping. Let it keep on falling. S&P 500. Let it keep on going lower. Let everything fade. Let everything keep on dropping. Low of the day, 274.38 so far over on Meta. Can this one go even lower? We are now down almost $11 on the day over on Meta. If you guys are on the short side, congratulations to you. That is absolutely awesome if you guys are on the short side. S&P 500 getting a little bit of rejection still at the VWAP. It's all about timing. It's all about timing, trying to get that perfect fill on this bottom. Meta, did Meta possibly just find its bottom? Meta just came on down to 274.39. Little bit of a bounce. We're definitely getting a little bit of choppiness still here, though. If you guys are in anywhere in the 274s, shout out to you guys so far. Little bit of a pop on up. I will say last time we got a little bit of a pop on up off the upper shadow is when I jumped in and basically got caught in on a dump. Let's see if I learned my lesson. So what I mean by learn my lesson is this is where I jumped in last time. Remember, team, if you're saying, oh, Deck, this is where you lost last time because I was looking for the bounce play. I saw a low with shadow. I looked for a bounce play. I said, all right, this looks good for me. Let me jump on in and let's see if it makes me money. I'm not going to make the same mistake right now. The same mistake would be me saying, oh, hey, let me jump on in. This looks like we found the bottom. Let me move ourselves all the way on up. And maybe within the next 2 to 3 minutes, we're all the way back on down towards the low of the day. So that's where I got to be very careful. I don't want to be making the same mistake that I just made last time. If anything, I'll wait until we come back on down and maybe form some sort of double bottom. So I want to learn from my loss before so I can get myself back into the green. So it is a little tricky right here. Little tricky at this moment. S&P 500 is back above its VWAP. What's Apple doing right now? Apple trying to get up towards its VWAP at this moment. What's Tesla doing at this moment? Tesla trying to move itself on up. So it is a good sign that nearly all other plays are trying to get themselves to move back on up. A lot of plays at this moment trying to get themselves to climb back on up. We had a low of the day so far of 274.38 over on Meta. I still want to get my entry. SPY starting to come back on down though. That's what we like. Whenever the SPY starts getting a little bit weaker. And the SPY is just floating. Just trying to stay alive right here. Remember, the SPY does have room to fall to what area? 231 today. If we ever start dumping and start continuously falling, we could fall all the way down to 231. Guys, the SPY starting to get a little bit of a flush on down. SPY starting to fall a little bit here. So the SPY is still falling. SPY is still falling. Back on down to 234. Markets still looking very weak. Markets are still looking very weak. I would say if Meta does spike itself back up towards like 276 or something, look for the put side. If we ever, because right now markets are still looking weak. The S&P 500 is still underneath its VWAP. As long as it's underneath its VWAP, that's not really a great sign. Yes, we are trying to find that perfect bottom, but if you want to play as safe as possible, what could you do? You say, Dek, I know when we get above this purple line, we are now considered bullish. That's a fact. When you get above this purple line, you are considered bullish. So if you really wanted to, you could just wait until you get above this purple line, then ride it all the way on up. That might be happening, though, at around like 12 o'clock. That still might be like 2 hours away. S&P 500, guys, back on down, 234. We got to see the S&P 500 honestly crack a little bit. You know, the S&P 500 has to get that dump and then fall all the way on down towards that blue line. Blue line is 431.50. What do I think is a reasonable area? Probably like 432, 431.90. Here comes that little meta pop. Little tiny meta pop happening right now. Here comes that meta pop. Strong resistance coming on up. I would look for a put right at that purple line if we ever got it. We know that line's going to be strong resistance here. 276.70. 276.70 put contracts. 275 strike price. I'll do 15 contracts at a time. Market order. Looking to be able to kind of get my first trade here. Or no, my second trade, but my first winning trade. Dek, we hit the purple line, we fell. We hit the purple line, we fell. We hit the purple line, we fell. Come on up towards around that purple line. That's where I would be looking for my next possible entry if we could ever spike on up. That's right next to that 276.50-ish mark. 276.50, 276.60. But it's most likely going to get rejected at 276.50. Let's see if we get a little pop on up. And then look for that short right back on down. That could be very good for us. Get that little pop on up. It's going to have some sort of rejection. It's going to put us back into the green right next to this purple line, I believe. I think this is a good put contract coming on up. Bounce play, bounce play, bounce play, old resistance. Remember, trade with confidence. If I see we bounced here and we bounced here and we bounced here and now we're going to move back up into it, I do know old support is now going to turn into new resistance. S&P 500 trying to get a little bit of its pop as well. So S&P 500 trying to get back above the VWAP. It's the main thing going over there. Meta, watching for that little bit of a spike on up. Get my entries filled on this thing. I want to see like 276.40s at least. 276.40s get filled. See it pull back on down towards the 276-ish. Not in yet, but I'm about to get filled here soon, guys. Guys, got 15 contracts in right now, but I'm looking for a little bit of a better entry. Doing a couple more right here. I'm getting filled next to this purple line. I'm in right now with 30 contracts total. Still looking to just, be able to get that purple line perfectly. Let me bring over my P&L box so you guys can see. Currently down $200 on it. So I do want to get filled at that purple line perfectly, but sometimes we don't get exactly up to that purple line. So we come on up right here. There we go. I'm touching it again. I'm in on 45 contracts at this moment. I'm in on 45 contracts. Dek, what's your train of thought here? My train of thought is we have this downtrend that's been holding throughout the morning. We're going to hit this downtrend. We're going to pull back on down towards like 275.80. That's my thought process. We also do have a lot of strong resistance from old bounce plays, which is a little bit higher, but 276.75. So I do have bounce play here, bounce play here, bounce play here, and I also do have a very nice downtrend here. I'm looking to do puts where I believe reversals are going to happen. If we just bounce from 274 all the way on up towards 276.50, and I have put contracts next to where I see resistance, I'm expecting that the next candle is going to be red, the following candle is going to drop us back on down towards around 275.80. This means within the next 2.5 minutes or so, we should be fading all the way back on down towards that 275.80 mark. Should put myself back into the green, and we'll be all set, ready to go. But that is the train of thought right now. That is the game plan. We also can keep our eyes peeled over on the S&P 500 at this moment and see if the S&P 500 starts fading on down. If the S&P 500 starts fading on down, that's going to be a good sign that we are also going to be seeing Meta fade itself back on down. But we have Meta again right at this trend line looking for this drop. Dek, is there any sort of fear behind this trade? Absolutely there's fear. If this thing ever starts squeezing itself all the way on up, that could lead towards, a larger loss. So we do have our stop loss at what area? 275.80. So our stop loss is going to be at 276.80, excuse me. So why 276.80? Because that's where it bounced at, that's where it's bounced at, that's where it's bounced at. So if it ever broke through 276.80, I would have to get out of this play. So, game plan, get filled at downtrend. Stop loss above 276.80. Giving this play about 40 cents to be able to move. Still looking for that nice pullback, looking for that nice red candle, looking for that nice drop. Do have larger contracts, 45 contracts on this one. Looking for that sell-off. So we got our nice little red candle here. We want to see that, nice flush. Nice drop, nice flush here. Especially going back underneath 276. So I'm trying to make back this loss from earlier today. I like that trade, though. That was a good entry. I would take that. But I like this entry too. It's like both trades I'm happy with. Both trades I like our entries. As long as the thing is, team, if you have a loss, don't be upset you took a loss. If you have a loss, don't be upset you took a loss on it. But the thing is, be upset if you jumped in just randomly hoping that you were going to be a winner. If you just randomly hope you're going to be a winner, then yes, you're probably going to take a lot of losses. But if you jump in on plays that you're saying to yourself, hey, I actually planned this out. I figured out my support. I figured out my resistance. I figured out where I believed it was going to reverse at. I had a stop loss on this play. I followed it the best I possibly could. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no issue with that in any sort of way. S&P 500 still trying to hold here, team. I need the S&P 500 to be able to crack back on down. If the S&P 500 starts going back above, I would say the price of 434.45, I may want to get out of my trade here pretty soon because I do not want Meta to break this purple line as it is right now and start squeezing me. Guys, it is starting to break that purple line right now at this moment. I'm going to be a smart trader, and I am going to be getting out of this momentarily, I think. So, guys, I might be getting out of my Meta trade momentarily if this does not go back underneath this purple line here soon. So I'm watching this closely. I cannot risk getting squeezed and all of a sudden Meta spiking all the way up towards the VWAP on me. That's not going to be a good sign, and that's not going to be good for you. So just a little heads on up. We have to see a drop here very soon. If not, get ready to sell your play. Get ready to take a small loss. And you might say, oh, Dek, I don't want to lose $200. I don't want to lose $300. It's way better than you losing $1,000. Trust me on that, okay? So S&P 500. Still underneath the VWAP. That's a great sign. As long as the S&P 500 stays underneath the VWAP, we're getting tighter and tighter and tighter into this consolidation. If we can fall underneath 434, we're going to be absolutely fine, guys. So you see that black line? As long as we stay underneath that black line of 430, we're good to go. Really no concerns whatsoever. Meta is basically kind of in the same little consolidation period. We have to see Meta reverse here. We cannot allow Meta to start going above, I would say, 276.60, or we're going to get squeezed. So just have your finger ready to sell if we start going on up. Good sign, though. S&P 500. S&P 500 underneath the VWAP right now. Good sign. That's going to bring down the market. That's helping our trade on out, which we always love to see. We do not and we cannot allow the S&P 500 to start squeezing us on up because that's going to make Meta squeeze us on up. Guys, good sign right now, puts. Good sign right now, puts. Puts are starting to get some weakness here. SPY starting to fall. We should see Meta starting to put us in the green here momentarily. So we should be seeing Meta put us in the green here momentarily. We just need one more big red candle out of the SPY here. Really sell off now, SPY. If the SPY can start flushing, that'll be huge for us. The last thing we want to see, though, is what? The last thing we want to see is the SPY start working itself back up to the VWAP. That's going to be a little frustrating. That's going to be a little annoying. I might just get out of the play then. So I really want to see the SPY dump here. So SPY, dump here, stay underneath 434, really show the calls that we're not going back on up. That's what we want. We want to see Meta back on down, we want to see Meta all the way on down towards some weakness here. So far, so good, traders. You guys are doing great. So far, so good, traders. You guys are doing absolutely awesome right now. We do have a little bit of weakness. SPY right now still dropping. Nice big red candle. So we do have this weakness. We don't want to see the SPY, though, back above 440. Right? We don't want that. We don't want that. We don't want to see it. We want to see a nice little flush on down towards the low of the day. Can we get a flush? Right? Can we get a nice little flush right here at the low of the day? Can Meta start turning and flush itself back on down as well? That would be huge for us. Guys, we're up $900 over on this trade right now, which is awesome. We got SPY right now starting to turn. Guys, SPY starting to get a nice big red candle. Guys, we're up $1,200 right now over on our play now. Guys, SPY, let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's see if this thing is going to start paying us on out now. Come on, baby. Let's get paid. Woo! Happy Friday, everyone. Let's see how much weaker this is going to go. We're currently up $1,500 at this moment. Can the SPY get a bigger flush? Guys, SPY going to 433.40s. 433.40s. We got to see if Meta's going to keep on going here. Meta, we're up $2,000 at this moment. Come on, Meta. Keep on falling. Meta looking for some weakness. We got Meta still looking for that drop at this time. Come on, Meta. We want to see this all the way down to 275s and start flushing even lower. Currently up $1,800 on the day at this time. Getting a little bit of a bounce play. Little bit of a bounce. I'm almost on the verge of just taking profits and being happy. But, you know, at the same time, watching this, guys, I'm going to lock out to begin with. All right? Get myself back in the green. All right, guys. I'm going to get myself back in the green, up $600, and just kind of start off by just knowing that I'm in the green right here. Shout out to you guys. Hey, guys. Hey. What's the best thing about this? It's not only are we making money, but we're also extremely good looking. You know? So it's like, great job, everyone that got in on that play right there. Shout out to you guys making that nice cash. We just wanted to take some gains right there just to be smart. Take some gains right there just to be smart. So, good job, traders. Got ourselves back into the green, which is what it's all about. So, good work. Here comes Meta. Meta with a little bit of that break of the downtrend. Meta with a little break of the downtrend. Nice. So Meta team starting to move itself back on up. Taking our gains. Guys, is Meta going to start squeezing here? Well, the S&P 500 still trying to hold. Meta right now still trying to get some action. So Meta trying to break. Guys, can Meta actually run on over towards the calls now? Because Meta is breaking that downtrend. Breaking that downtrend, is Meta going to all of a sudden start saying, hey, Dek, time to break on out, time to run up to the VWAP, time to spike up very big. It definitely may be getting that hype here very, very soon. Guys, we have the S&P 500 back above the VWAP. We might start seeing this thing start going crazy. I'm thinking about entering here soon. Guys, I'm thinking about entering here very, very soon on the call side. Why? Because I do think we might see a little bit of an explosion. Now, what's going to happen, though? We do have strong resistance on the VWAP. We have strong resistance right at this VWAP. VWAP's at 277.20. So 277.20. Looking to see if this is going to be able to break on out. So if this thing starts squeezing, man, things can get very exciting. Here comes Meta. I know Meta's going to try to get up towards at least 277.20. And then it's going to be a little hit or miss. Not really sure what's going to happen here. We're hitting the VWAP again. Broke this downtrend. Hitting the VWAP. Might have a little red candle at the VWAP. Maybe back on down towards like 276 or so. But if we start breaking out of this, things can get very, very wild. But it looks like we're going to, you know, at this moment, team, here's the VWAP test. The S&P 500, very important. S&P 500, what is this going to be doing for us today? I think we have a little bit of a pullback, and then maybe we start moving ourselves on up. Guys, look at Meta. Meta broke the purple line, and Meta's not, giving up here. Meta broke the purple line, now having a little bit of a pullback. 277.20 is going to be even a quick little entry. You see a little 277.20, maybe a quick little entry. It looks like we might get our squeeze back on up at this time. Guys, if we're going to get a pullback, it's going to be right now coming on up. If you see 277.20, you might want to just look for a small entry. Give it a chance potentially. So I would say like even 277.30 maybe. Like just a quick little pullback and get filled if this thing, keeps on going bananas. So it's like the VWAP's going to try to hold up as support. I'm watching the S&P 500. Is the S&P 500 going to be able to hold on up? So do I want to make more money? Yes, I do. At the same time, team, we got to be smart because it's going to be a little bit crazy. Meta, we want to make sure it's holding the VWAP. We don't want to be going all the way back underneath the VWAP. VWAP's still trying to hold over on Meta. How's everything else looking? Tesla needs to be able to squeeze back above 217.20. We got Apple right here. Apple's looking like it's getting ready for the possible squeeze in the big green day. Now, the thing is, as I already stated, I think, maybe from this point on, we start moving ourselves on up. Maybe from this point on, we start getting a nice climb. Maybe from this point on, we start, getting that nice move all the way back on up here. We do have this big uptrend over on Meta as well. Notice what happened. We broke the purple line that we've been talking about. So we broke that purple line. Traders start getting awfully excited. Awfully excited. We might pop on up here to old highs, 278.28. If we pop on up towards 278.28, look for a quick put contract, team. Just a quick one. So it'd be like 25 contracts, 278.28, 277.50 strike price. Just because I think it's going to go up a little too high and then come right back on down. So if you just get a quick little pop up towards this, what I'm going to put as a red line, you do a quick little short. You should be able to make like $200 off of it. The SPY still trying to get a little bit of move here. I just want to see if Meta gets a quick little pop on up towards these old highs. Old highs, 278.28, 278.30. Should be a quick, $200 profit. Should put us up almost $1,000 on the day. So just give us a quick little pop. 278.20, and then it drop right back on down. So here comes 278.03. Nope, almost there. We got 278.05. That was the highest I saw so far. Just want to see a quick little pop, put contract, and then take profits very, very quickly. Like very quickly. Okay? Do not hold this one very long. You're going to lose all your money. And then don't yell at me. So I just want to see a little pop up to this red line. And then let's get a reversal. We got up towards like guys, nope, there's the little pullback, I think. So it just came on up towards 278.03. Now it's back on down to 277.60. That was the pullback I was looking for. So we didn't get exactly to the red line, but we were close. You guys can kind of see what I was looking for, though. I do think we are going to spike pretty soon, though. I was going to say look for a quick put, but I think after maybe a couple minutes of consolidation, maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes of consolidation, I do think we're going to start spiking our way back on up. Keeping our eyes peeled. Still watching, still waiting for this next possible rip and run. Let me get caught up on the chat right now, making sure we're not missing anything over in the chat. We got Let's Explode, yeah. Iggy. Claire, can you turn off the music right here? Iggy is saying my day and is being surrounded by bananas. Iggy. Happy Friday, man. Hey, you can do whatever you want with your life. I have no idea what's happening in your apartment right now or your condo, but all I ask is just let's just focus on some stocks here, man. I have no idea what's going on over there, and nor do I want to. But let's just keep it stock related for right now. I'm saying it's a banana. It's been bananas. Okay. It's been bananas. Now we're making sense here. Now we're making sense. Got it. Woo! Meta, little pullback all the way back on down. I like it. Big pullback all the way back on down here. Look at Meta. If Meta ever started going back, team, here's the thing. S&P 500 getting weak. S&P 500 back underneath the VWAP. Meta back underneath the VWAP. We might want to look for some puts as we are back underneath the VWAP here. If we can go, if Meta falls, I would say back underneath 277. I think puts are a good idea. If Meta starts falling back underneath 277, I think puts could be a good idea to maybe get one last trade, and maybe we can nail that flush. Maybe we can get that huge weakness. Right now, the S&P 500 team is starting to turn a little bit more. Guys, look at the S&P 500 starting to turn. Meta does not look good to me. Meta does not look good to me at this moment. It really does not. I'm thinking about jumping in on a possible Meta trade here very soon. If the S&P 500 starts going, I know my thoughts are everywhere. I want to see this thing flush. What do I mean by flush? Is I want to see it run all the way down towards the low of the day. We still have not gotten that dump. We have still not seen that, massive sell-off. I would love to all of a sudden see S&P 500 all the way back on down at 433. I would love to see, Meta all the way back on down near the low of the day. We are all the way on up near the VWAP at this time. It's testing the VWAP 277.20. Team, I think it is worth it to jump in over on Meta to see, are we going to be able to get that fade? As long as we stay underneath this VWAP area, we are going to be able to still be on a great potential trade here. So I'm watching right here to see, can this be able to sell on off? And if we start going back on down like 277, guys, it's the S&P 500 as well starting to turn. I think I have to give this a chance here momentarily. I'm giving everyone that heads on up. I'm pulling the trigger right now over on Meta for some put contracts. And I'm going to at least give it a chance here. So Meta, let this thing pop on up, and then I think I'm going to give it a chance. Meta, guys, watching to see. Hold on. Let's see this VWAP right now. VWAP at this moment. Testing. VWAP testing at this time. VWAP testing at this time. Guys, starting to squeeze back on up. Not worth it. Starting to squeeze right back on up. Not worth it right now. Squeezing right back on up. Not worth it at this moment. And is the S&P 500 still holding? S&P 500 just squeezed all the way back on up towards the VWAP, but that got rejected. So it's really difficult. I'm trying to figure out what we can do with this play here. It's really difficult at this time to be able to know, but I want to be able to nail this flush. As long as the S&P 500 is above the VWAP, it's a no-go. It's not good. If the S&P 500 is underneath the VWAP, it's still okay to trade. And if the S&P 500 is underneath 434, that's where I think I see that big time sell-off. Meta here, team. is still just trying to get that potential dump, I do want to give this still a chance, as I still think, you know, weakness is right here. The S&P 500, if it does squeeze back above the VWAP, it's really just not worth it. I am going to jump in on Meta and do about 35 contracts. I am going to jump in on Meta. I'm in right now, 35 contracts, same contract that I was in on before, and I want to see if this thing can be able to fade. I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm gonna give it a chance here. I'm gonna give it a chance. See if Meta could, you know, be able to drop right back on down. And if it can't, then I'm going to get out of this play. Right now, 35 contracts. Nope, the SPY is starting to move itself back on up. SPY team, if you go above the price of 434.25, it can't hold this play. Can't hold Meta if the SPY gets back above the VWAP. Make sense? So I just want to make sure you guys all understand what we're at. So I really want to try to nail the flush of the day, because that's going to pay out the most money. The most money being paid out today is going to be if the SPY can flush here. But you cannot hold the SPY if or Meta if all of a sudden we start going above like 435. We got to see Meta and we got to see the SPY all underneath 434. So I want to see Meta underneath the price of, you know, 277.50 or 277. I want to see everything start dumping. I am in right now on Meta puts, as I do think the SPY, after the SPY was above the VWAP, fell back underneath the VWAP, got back above the VWAP, and now back underneath the VWAP. It's just showing that it can't hold above the VWAP right now. We've also just tested the VWAP, and we just got a lot of weakness. So if it's showing that we have been above the VWAP, and we couldn't hold it, and we just tested the VWAP, and we couldn't hold it, to me, it's saying, hey, there is obviously more weakness than there is strength. That's what the market is telling me at this moment. There is more weakness than there is strength. So if we are going to get a potential pullback, right, you know, I want to be trying to profit off of that. If there is going to be that big potential pullback, I want to be ready to be able to get after it here. We already know if the S&P 500 ever gets back above the VWAP, it's just not even worth our time. If the S&P 500 breaks the VWAP, I'm getting out of my position. I'm not going to hold this any longer. Why? Because I'm not going to sit there and just get squeezed and say, well, maybe it'll come back down pretty soon. Maybe in a little bit, if I just keep on holding and keep losing all my money, it'll come back on down. Right? That's not what I want to do. So if, again, the S&P 500 happens to break the VWAP, you guys know that's my stop loss, and that's where I'm getting out of this play. But if the S&P 500 can be able to fall and be able to fade and drop, then we're good. So let's see. Can we fall and fade and drop, or is it not going to happen here? Right now, we're still keeping our eyes peeled. We are still another VWAP test. VWAP test, VWAP test, VWAP test. Now dump. Give us the dump, SPY. Give us the dump, and we're all good. I feel good. I feel confident when I see 434.90s. I feel extremely confident when I see 434.80s. I don't feel confident when I see 434.15, right? That's what I don't want to see. So here comes another VWAP test, guys. If it touches it or breaks it, I'm out. So you guys know if it breaks that line, I'm out. I'm not going to sit and hold and, you know, go into the red $1,000. Not worth it for me. So we are still, nope, another rejection. Another rejection so far, but if it breaks it, I'm out. I have to be. Yep, guys, I'm out. I'm out. Taking a small loss. I'm out. Taking a small loss. Stick to stop losses. Traders, I may lose, let's say, $100 on a day. I might lose, you know, for $1,000 on the day. But I trade with a very large account. I'm not willing to lose 20 grand a day. So when you think about it, Deck, how much money are you trading with? I'm trading with over $100,000. If I'm trading with over $100,000 and I lose $1,000, I lose 1% of my account. So people may say, Deck, you lost $1,000. Yes, with $100,000. If you guys, or some of you guys lose, let's say you guys have a $4,000 account and lose $1,000, that's 20% of your account. If you have a $4,000 account or 25% of your account, you cannot be willing to take those unnecessary risks, right? So please understand your account size. Understand your account size and say to yourself, what's 1%? What's 1% of your account size? If you have a $4,000 account at this moment, you're saying to yourself, all right, hey, I can lose $40, right? That's what you can lose. You can lose $40 and that's it. You are, do not be willing to lose more than 5% of your account, 6%. It's not worth it, right? You got to keep your losses as tight as possible. Right now, we do have the S&P 500 still moving on up. Meta still looking for a little bit of that squeeze. Meta going for a little bit of that squeeze here. So once I saw Meta still, bounce off that VWAP, wasn't worth it. So Meta just not worth it if it keeps on bouncing off that VWAP. And we are starting to climb our way here. S&P 500, nope, still going. Meta right now, still going. So that is working its way all the way back on up. Guys, was that the bottom, do you guys think? Do you guys think 274 was the bottom and now here comes the climb? Are we just going to keep on climbing slow and steady all the way back on up? Is that what we're going to do now? Just keep on climbing slow and steady all the way back on up. Keep on doing our thing all the way back on up towards these highs. Seems like at this moment, that's definitely what could be, coming on up out of this. So we do have a lot of potential in this market. We can see how Meta's been continuously moving on up. The SPY at this time, SPY has been trying to move itself on up. We did just get a nice little pop on up here. Meta at this moment got a little bit of that rejection. Where's the rejection at? Right at its old, I think it's actually going to go up a little bit higher though, like 279.30. 279.30-ish. So I would say watch for 279.30. That's going to be pre-market highs. Doink, doink, doink. That's going to be a better area to look for a possible reversal. But honestly, at this point, it seems like it may just keep on moving itself on up. And, we are seeing the markets fall this morning, now starting to climb. I wouldn't be shocked if all of a sudden we see the S&P 500 get all the way back up towards around that 235 mark. Would you guys? I wouldn't be shocked at all. Seeing the market, try to work themselves on up towards around 235. Here comes a little bit of that pop. Meta's going to try to spike on up towards around that 279.30 mark. So 279.30, that's going to be the next area for a possible put contract. But the big fear, as I talked about, is going to be, are we just going to actually keep moving on up at this point? Are we going to keep on spiking? Are we going to keep on running? Are we going to keep on moving? Because we already had our big time drop. Is this going to be the big lower shadow and now again we start falling? I'm going to look for, I think, one more put contract, and if it does not break, then you have to be going calls probably the rest of the day. One more put contract, and if it doesn't break, then you probably have to be doing calls for the rest of the day, what I think. So I'm thinking one more put. Came right on up towards that red line. I would like to see a little bit of a break of that red line, and man, I keep missing my put contract by like a couple cents. I keep missing my put contract by just a couple cents here. Because it comes on up, and then that's the put area I want. Came on up to 279.17, and now it's all the way back on down towards around 278.80. And that's where you guys could go ahead and be like, oh wow, that's a great entry. S&P 500 starting to fall here. Can we still get that nice put contract? Let's see here, 279.27. We also know, guys, little heads on up, we are coming on up towards that 1040 mark. At 1040, we've been seeing ridiculous spikes for some reason or another. Do you guys remember that? So at 1040, we have been seeing very strong spikes or reversals. So just be ready for that. That the 1040 mark has been a really weird time that has been leaning towards a lot of pops or has been leaning towards some sharp reversals. It's just been a weird time that we've been seeing either sharp reversal or next leg on up. And it's like right now it looks like it's still leaning towards next leg on up, as the SPY is, still holding its gains. Hasn't gotten all the way up at that tippity top just yet. Meta, right around that top area still. Right around that top area. S&P 500 coming on up towards that 235 mark. We know that's very difficult to be able to break through. Very difficult to be able to snap through. Right now, Meta's still, again, just trying to hold and be able to spike it. Because remember, we got a lot of strong resistance coming on up. I'm still looking for maybe one final put contract, and that's it. One final put contract on one final little pop. But if it keeps on breaking, I do think it's going to just keep moving up throughout the rest of the day. If it keeps on breaking, I think it's just going to keep moving up on the rest of the day. And basically, the calls are going to be in control until the rest of the day, guys. That's kind of where I'm at this point. So I would say give it one last little pop, one last little chance, one last little move right here. What's the high of the day? 279.96. over on Meta. That's the high of the day so far. We do have the S&P 500 right next to 275 435 resistance. And I want to do maybe one more trade here. Try to get myself into the green and then maybe just wrap up from there. But I would like to see Meta try to pop itself on up one more time, which I do think is going to happen. I think Meta's going to at least try to pop itself on up one more time. Because the S&P 500 is all the way on up here, team. S&P 500 is all the way on up towards around these highs here. Meta just looks like it's gearing up for that pop and move up towards 280. Just looks like it's gearing up for that pop and move up towards 280. S&P 500, little bit of a pullback right now. 435, strong resistance. Here comes the S&P 500 once again, trying to get up towards around that 435 mark. Meta's going to be looking for it, as we know. Meta's looking for that spike all the way up towards that 279.80ish mark. That is right near the old highs. I'm not in on anything at this moment. The SPY is looking like it's still trying to get a little bit of that break. Still trying to get a little bit of that climb here. And it does look like Meta is about to try to give it a run. So if you guys are on calls right now, I think you guys are going to make about 80 cents on this play. I do think you're about to rip and run up towards around that 280-ish mark, because the SPY is still trying to push itself on up as well. Man, Meta's trying. Meta was trying here. Meta was trying here. Getting a little bit of an arc. Little bit of an arc right here over on Meta. It does indicate a little bit of weakness. It's basically saying that it's tried to go on up, couldn't get the breakout that a lot of traders wanted to see. I do still think, you know, it's due for that little pop. I still think it's due for that little rip and run. The S&P 500. So far, you know, I've been correct with my prediction. Gap down, crash at the start of the day, spike all the way back on up, and basically climb for the rest of the day, which I still think is, you know, correct. Meta, a little bit of a pullback here. Guys, Meta having a little bit of a pullback, but honestly, I still think we're going all the way up towards, you know, some new highs here. So even if you get a nice drop, like a nice beefy drop down towards like 278.40, I would honestly still look for a dip buy back on up. Look where we're at. S&P 500. S&P 500 all the way back on up towards around that 435 mark. All the way back on up towards around 435. Meta trying to, you know, work its way on up here now. If the S&P 500, can snap this 435 mark, this thing's going. Right? So if the S&P 500 can break through 435, that's where I see Meta going all the way up towards, you know, 280. So, guys, just be ready for that one. Because, guys, the S&P 500 is trying to spike here. S&P 500 is trying to snap here. S&P 500 is working on that 435 break 435, goes on that big rip and run. That's what it's looking for at this moment. And even if Meta gets a quick little pullback, I think it's just U-shaping. I think it's just going to U-shape and keep on spiking on up in a little bit. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, team. If Meta does get, let's say, a monster drop, it's going to fall all the way back on down towards this trend line, just like we had a trend line before, right? Just kind of, let me turn off the music here. Just like we had a trend line before, team. We had a trend line that led to a very large sell-off, right? So we had this downtrend. This downtrend, this downtrend, this downtrend, this downtrend, this downtrend. After we had this downtrend that held on up the entire time, right? We broke through it. After we broke through this trend line, guess what happened? We started moving on up, moving on up, moving on up. What do you guys think would happen if we crack underneath this trend line? This trend line, if we cracked underneath it, it would probably start forming a new downtrend. So really, when you want to think about stock trading can be very simple at times. And why can stock trading be simple? Well, all you guys really have to say to yourself is, all right, where is the smartest area for an entry? The smartest area for an entry, you guys all know it, 277.80. The smartest area for an entry is 277.80. That's going to be the best dip buy. Or the smartest area for an entry would be if you guys saw a break of the high of the day. There is absolutely zero reason right now to say, oh, Dek, I'm gonna buy in right here. I'm gonna buy in right here. I'm gonna buy. Why are you guys randomly buying in right there? Well, I don't know. I just really want to buy in right now. If you want to make as much money as possible, there's two different areas to buy in. Buy in right here, or again, buy in right here. You could either do put contracts right here where it's going to hit and fall all the way back on down, or you could do, again, call contracts right here where it's going to hit and start bouncing its way back on up. Or again, you can wait for it to start breaking that high of the day, and then it's going to break that high and start going on a monster rip and run. There's multiple possibilities. But the worst thing you can do right now is just sit here, have your patience eat you alive, and you just being like, oh, I'm going to enter right here. Because entering right here, it could go up slightly, could go down slightly, you could lose a lot, you could win a lot. Like we don't know which way it's going to be going. So why take gambles? If you want to gamble, go to the casino. If you want to gamble, hey, go out and go to Atlantic City, go to Vegas. You can gamble wherever the heck you want. But Meta, not worth the gamble. Not worth just losing your account over just sitting here and having a little powwow and just saying, oh man, I wish I got in on this play. So, team, at this moment, I think the best thing for me to do at this time is just be willing to call it for my Friday. We went after, again, three different trades. I lost on two of them. I won on one of them. The most I was up today was $600, but I am losing $900 at this time. Remember, this is 1% of my account that I'm losing. 1% of my account. I'm not trading with a $4,000 account and losing 25%. I'm losing less than 1% of my account. So while I trade big money, understand that these stop losses are like this. My stop loss game right now is like this. That's what's so significant about, the trading that I'm doing right now is I'm planning everything out and being as smart as I possibly can. So let's make sure we're watching. Dek, would you jump in on any other trades yet today? If I'm going to probably take a little bit of step away, but I will say if all of a sudden I see Meta back above the price of 280, it's telling me right now. It's telling me that, hey, that was the bottom. 274 is the bottom. We're going to start moving ourselves all the way back on up. We're spiking through 280. And I think we're just going to get a nice climb all the way back up to 282, 283. I could imagine a nice climb all the way back on up. Remember, what was my prediction last night? Prediction last night. So far, so good. This was what? Prediction for tomorrow. Large gap down. Check. Large morning drop. Check. Followed by a full recovery and green day by the close. So make sure that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll on that as well. Also, little heads on up, if you guys do not take advantage of our morning newsletter, we send out our morning newsletter every single day. If you guys are not getting the morning newsletter, I'm going to drop a link for you guys right here so you guys have the morning newsletter every single day. So you guys will be all set. Also, last thing is if you guys want to watch me live trade every single day over on tradecaster.com, make sure you guys become a member on tradecaster.com. It's 100% free your first 7 days, so why not take advantage of it? Make sure you guys get all set and ready to go. So we have our morning newsletter right here so that you guys are all set, ready to take advantage of that. All right? Hey. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone who has joined us on this absolutely awesome day, I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much, team. I don't want to be putting myself in any other bad positions whatsoever. I want to know when to walk away, know when to call it. Dek, are you going to jump back on in? I told you, if Meta gets above the price of 280, I'm going to pull the trigger. So if Meta gets back above the price of 280, I'll probably look for calls, pull the trigger. But I will tell you, if you dump back underneath this purple line, it's donezo again. So don't be jumping in now. Wait until it at least gets back up towards around the price of 280 before you want to look for a call. If you want to look for a call somewhere down low, do it at 278, which would be the dip buy area. Okay? So, traders, happy Friday, everyone. We all know Friday days are the quick days of trading. Not going to put myself in any sort of nasty position here, but I just want to say you guys are absolutely awesome. I love working with each and every single one of you guys. I hope you guys have had a blast this week, Tradecaster members, and on YouTube. We've been live the last 2 days, so I hope you guys enjoyed it. And other than that, though, team, have a wonderful and absolute wonderful rest of your day. Wonderful weekend coming on up. And if you need anything at all, please email me at dekmartrades@gmail.com. Truly love you guys. Always want the best for you, and make sure you guys smash that thumbs on up and subscribe so you guys never miss a beat. Traders, thank you so much. Help me wrap this one on up. You guys know the drill, baby. Let's do it, team. In 3, 2, 1. Ah-hoo! Love you guys. Love working with you. And again, I will see you guys all back here on Money Monday. Let's go, team. Let's do it.
There's nothing that if I tell everyone how I made this money, that it's going to affect me in any sort of way. AMD, if we get a quick little pop above $12, I'm thinking about maybe a quick little short over on AMD. Finger on the trigger to lock in profits when it starts moving back on up. Here we go. Nice job. Let's take it. $979 in profit. Look at this spike, baby. Taking some gains right off the top right here. 124,000. You just got to know what you're doing.
200.
Every single person can be successful.
Dollars in profit.
There's no reason for you not to become a full-time day
now
trader.
Now we're currently up $2,100. Let's just keep it going even more. I want every single person. Now we're up $2,500. Now we're going up to $117.40.
It's not like it's a competition. It's if I tell you how I was able to do this, go out, make that money, make a killing, and let's all absolutely crush it together.
Let's go, baby! Let's see this thing keep unfolding even farther here. We're up $1,100 within the first 5 minutes of the day. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic.
I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning I need you to hold on. Maybe there's a place so far away. Although I should be the one to say we all make mistakes. Take me
I can buy myself flowers, write my name in sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand.
When I get older, I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. And then it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it goes back. Oh,
I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my head. Yeah, I can love me better than you can.
Y'all already know who I am. My name's Topher.
Cause I'm a monster.
I know you're tired of loving with nobody to love. Nobody. Just grab somebody. Don't live in this party with nobody to love. Nobody.
And I saw my reflection in a snow-covered
said to me, nigga, why you babysitting on me? 2 or 6 shots, I'ma show you how to turn it up a notch. First you get a swimming pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. Pool full of liquor, then you dive in it. I wave a few bottles, then I watch them all fly. All the girls wanna play, babe, watch. I got a swimming pool full of liquor and they dive in it. Pool full of liquor, I'ma dive in it.
I love her mom, but it's the season of the sticks. And I saw your mom, she forgot that I existed. And it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I'll drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas.
Party rock is in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time.
And I'll dream each night of some version of you that I might not have, but I did not lose.
And we gon' make you lose your mind. We just wanna see it.
If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget? Shake that.
Can you keep up, baby boy? I can lose my breath. Bring me noise, I can lose my breath. Hit me hard, I can lose my. Can you keep up, baby boy? I can lose my breath. Bring me noise, I can lose my breath.
I've got another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got their chains to break, holding you. Were you born to resist? Don't be abused. If someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you.
Keep up, baby boy, I can lose my.
Can we find love again? Is this time? Yeah. Tell me how many more tears will dry till you hit me with can we talk? 'Cause I love again.
I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this, so I had to grind like that, to shine like this. In a matter of time I spent on some locked up shit in the back of the paddy wagon, cuffs locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Got shorty, she tryna bless me like I said I
When I
do.
met you in the summer, to my heartbeat sound, we fell in love, cause the leaves turned brown. And we could be together, baby, as long as skies are blue. You act so innocent now, but you lied so soon. When I met you in the summer, when I met you in the summer,
And it became personal with me.
You ready? Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I bought the ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was rented? Flexing on these niggas, I'm like Papa on the spinach. Double M, yeah, that's my team. Rose, the captain, I'm lieutenant. I'm the type can the main captain, grind like I'm broke. That Lambo, my new bitch, she'll ride like my ghost. I'm riding around my city with my hands strapped on my toes. Cause these niggas want me dead, and I gotta make it back home.
I got way too much time to be this hurt. Somebody help, it's getting worse. What do you do with a broken heart? Once a love fades, everything is dark.
She wants to touch me, whoa. She wants to love me, whoa. She'll never leave me, whoa. Don't trust her.
killer and talk with your hips. I said, shush, girl, shut your lips. Do the Helen Keller and talk with your hips. I said.
Take you home, would you still be in love, baby? In love, baby. I wonder if I take you home, would you still be in love, baby? In love, baby. How deep is your love? Is it like the ocean? What devotion are you? How deep is your love? Is it like Nirvana? Hit me harder again. How deep is your love?
Nikki, cause she got a man, but when that's over, then I'm first in line. And the other day in her Maybach, I thought, goddamn, this is the perfect time. We had just come from that video, you know, LA traffic had the city slow. She was sitting down on that big butt, but I was still staring at the titties, though. Yeah, low key and maybe high key, I been peaked that you like me, you know. Who the fuck you really wanna be with besides me? I mean, it doesn't take much for us to do this shit quietly, I mean. You say I'm obsessed with dick women, and I agree.
I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you.
Hold your breath, darling, swim to shore. I'll tread the water in that heart of yours. And when it storms, we'll sail right through the waves. I love you more than yesterday. I love you more than yesterday. Yesterday.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel.
'Cause you got the love. 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 Want it all?
But I ain't worried about it right now. Keep them dreams alive. 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it right now. Swimming in the floods, dancing on the boundary. I ain't worried about it.
Copped a BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag. Like fuck it, I'ma count while I'm in it. I hear planes flying, crowds screaming, money counting chains, clanking shit. I guess that's how it sound when you win. I ain't joking, do it sound like I'm kidding. I've been making like 2,000 a minute. So high up through the clouds, I was swimming. I'm probably gonna drown when I'm in it. I bet she gon' get loud when I'm in it.
Getting better on, I wasted on you. All of this time and all of this money. All of these sorries, I don't owe you money. All of these miles on this Chevy and prayers in a pew. All them days I spent wasted on you. Wasted on you.
Copped the BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag. Like fuck it, I'ma count while I'm in it.
No clouds in my stones. Let it rain. I hydroplane in the thing. Coming down like the Dow Jones. When the clouds come, we gone. We Rockefeller. You fly higher than weather. And cheap vibes are better. You know me. In anticipation for precipitation. Stack chips with a rainy day. Jay, Rain Man is back. With Little Miss Sunshine. Rihanna, where you at? Oh.
Just like the wild wind does. Sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just like the wild wind does. Sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
To you, I'm just a man. To me, you're all I am. Where the hell am I supposed to go? I'm poisoning myself again. Something in the orange tells me you're never coming home.
Just like the wild wind does. Sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
But I miss you in the mornings when I see the sun. Something in the orange tells me you're not done.
If we ever broke up, I'll never be sad. Think about everything I thought we had. If we ever broke up. If we ever broke up. If we ever broke up, I'd call your dad and tell him all the shittiest of things you said. If we ever broke up. If we ever broke up. Yellow diamonds in the light. And we're standing side by side as a shadow crosses mine. What it takes to come alive. It's me, I'm the problem, it's me. At tea time, everybody agrees. I'll stare directly at the sun, but never in the mirror. It must be exhausting, always rooting for the anti-hero. With no love and a hopeless place. It's me, I'm the problem, it's me. With no love and a hopeless place.
He's brought a ludicrously capacious back.
She graduated with a 4.0. Only updated for mom. Got a fast car, but she drive it slow. She don't want me. She don't
many things I wish I didn't do, but I continue learning. I never meant to do those things to you.
There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. Always gonna be an uphill battle. Sometimes I'm gonna have to lose. It ain't about how fast I get there. Ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb.
I found out a reason for me to change who I used to be. A reason to start over new. And the reason is you.
Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. I won't tell a sack up, punk, you better back up. Try to play the role and get a whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come on, throw your hands up. If you got the feeling, then jump across the ceiling. Mugs is a funk fest, someone's talking junk, yo, I toss them in the eye, and then I think the drums home. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out, just need to jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up, and get down. Jump.
She said, hello, mister, pleased to meet you. I wanna hold her, I wanna kiss her. Gonna take it for a ride on Dekmar. Gonna take it for a ride on Dekmar.
And when the daylight comes, I'll have to go. But tonight I'm gonna hold you so close. 'Cause in the daylight, we'll be on our own. Hands in the air,
We've been doing all this late night talking about anything you wanna till the morning. Now you're in my life. I can't get you off my mind.
Gripping your pillow tight, exit light, end of the night. Take my hand, rock the never, never land.
We've been doing all this late night talking about anything you wanna till the morning.
Exit light, end of the night.
Where's Gabe? I don't f***ing know.
Killers in the jungle. Listen, yeah, that. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Yo, listen, yeah, that. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle. Killers in the jungle.
I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Got me talking about my life. I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Got me talking about my life.
So baby, come light me up, and maybe I'll let you on it. A little bit dangerous, but baby, that's how I want it. A little less conversation and a little more touch my body. 'Cause I'm so into you, into you, into you.
I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high.
'Cause I'm so into you, into you, into you.
don't you stop. Keep going till you hit this spot. Whoa.
I'll take you to the candy shop. One with you, the one I got. I'll have you
You can have it your way. How do you want it? You gon' back that thing up or should I push up on it? Temperature rising, okay, let's go to the next level. Dance floor jam packed, hot as a tea kettle. I break it down for you now, baby, it's simple. If you be an info, I'll be an info. In the hotel or in the back of the rental, on the beach or in the park, it's whatever you into. Got the magic stick, I'm the love doctor. Now your friends teasing me about how strong I got you. I'm trying to explain, baby, the best way I can. I'm melting in your mouth, girl, not in your hand.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be.
Pushing past the limit, tripping on the hallucinogens. My cigarette burnt my finger 'cause I forgot I lit it. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. My cigarette burnt my finger 'cause I forgot I lit it. Let it be.
Yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. Don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. So what? No fucking ZD now?
And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. Her soul slides away, but don't look back in anger. I heard you say
you gotta move it slowly, taking in my body like it's holy. I've been waiting for you for the whole week. I've been praying for you, you're my Sunday king. You gotta move slowly, taking in my body like it's holy. I've been waiting for you for this whole week. I've been praying for you,